Okay. Ready? Good morning, everyone. Morning, colleagues. Morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to our hardworking central staff, employees. Good morning to our testifiers. I know we have a few of them who will be participating via Teams. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary meeting of Monday, November 15, 2021 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call?
Senator Milton E. Potter.
Present.
Senator Milton E. Potter, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Senator Francis, Jr., present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Carla J. Joseph, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, present. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., absent. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Whitaker, present. Mr. Chairman, you have 5 present and 2 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The committee would like to recognize non-committee members, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and our Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, who are participating via Teams. Welcome and good morning, ladies.
Morning, Mr. Chair.
And of course, with us, we have non-committee member also, Senator Samuel Carrion. Madam Clerk, are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Letter dated November 15, 2021, to the Honorable Milton Potter, Senator, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00802. Dear Senator Potter, please excuse my absence at the Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing scheduled for November 15, 2021, as I continue my recuperation. I note the importance of the agenda items to be discussed and ask that any additional information shared during the hearing be forwarded to my office. Thank you in advance for your understanding. Sincerely, the Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Senator.
Thank you very much. Please record Senator Gittens as excused.
Letter dated November 15, 2021. The Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter, Chairman, Committee on Rules, Judiciary, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands, 00801. Dear Senator Potter, I will be tardy for today's scheduled Committee on Rules and Judiciary hearing beginning at 9:30 a.m. in the Fritz E. Louette's Conference Room, St. Croix, as I will be attending the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the Behavioral Health Mobile Van on St. Croix, scheduled to begin at 10 o'clock a.m. I thank you in advance for your understanding in this matter and sincerely apologize for any inconvenience my tardiness may cause.
Thank you very much.
Sincerely.
Senator Francis is here, so.
Yes. That concludes the correspondence, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll also like to recognize non-committee member Senator James, Senator Javon James. Okay. Madam Clerk, thank you. Can you please proceed with the reading of today's agenda?
The Committee on Rules and Judiciary has scheduled a meeting for Monday, November 15, 2021 at the Fritz Lee Louette's Conference Room on St. Croix to consider the following. Block 1, Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a community seed bank program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora. sponsored by Senator Samuel Carrion and Marvin A. Blyden, co-sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter. Bill number 34-0099, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 530G, and Chapter 27, Section 705C, changing the mandatory retirement age of police officers, firefighters, and corrections officers from 55 to 65, sponsored by Dwayne M. DeGraff and Novell E. Francis, Jr. Bill number 34-0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for construction of an aesthetically pleasing cruise bay fish market and to modify the existing concrete ramp, boat ramp, and bulkhead at the Little Cruise Bay dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Enid Pond to the Department of Public Works for Enid Pond, on the island of St. John, sponsored by Senator Stephen D. Payne, Sr., Senator Janelle K. Sarro, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Alma Heiliger, Francis Heiliger, and Kenneth L. Gittens, co-sponsored by Javan E. James, Sr. Bill number 34-0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title III, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement project, and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commissioner of Public Works, by adding a new subsection B and C to direct the Commissioner of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing governmental entities and architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project. Sponsored by Senator Donna A. Gregory, Franklin D. Johnson, Genevieve Whitaker, Samuel Carrion, and co-sponsored by Senator Milton E. Potter and Stephen D. Payne, Sr. Block number 2, Bill number 34-0097, an act repealing and reenacting Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Section 130, relating to authority to discipline pupils in school, and repealing Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 87, relating to punishment of pupils by school official, sponsored by Senator Janelle K. Sarro and Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifier, Kaiser Calwood, MPA, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education. Block number 3, Bill number 34-0062, an act amending Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to filling vacancies on boards and commissions by adding subsection G to require membership on boards and commissions to be gender balanced. Sponsored by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, invited to testify. Abel Bakar, President, New Horizon Women's Democratic Club. Block number 4, Bill number 34-0081, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, relating to barbering and cosmetology services to reflect the barbering and cosmetology services that are being currently offered, and to rename the chapter and the board to reflect the changes. Sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis, Jr. Block number 5, Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Mr. Chairman, that is the agenda.
Madam Clerk, thank you very, very much. Please record Senator Stephen Payne as present. Colleagues, we have a pretty healthy agenda today, so we're going to move forward with it in hopes to complete this agenda in short order. We're going to begin, colleagues, with Bill number 34-0047. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your introduction.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues and all those that are listening and viewing. I truly appreciate the opportunity to present to you today Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a community seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disaster, and other situations that could lead to the annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora. Sponsored by myself, along with Senator Marvin Blyden, Franklin D. Johnson, and Milton E. Potter. Colleagues, this measure was heard and properly vetted, amended, and supported in the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture on September 8th. Invited testifiers, namely the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands, voiced their support for the initiative. In addition to various farmers that I lobbied spoke. Why is this bill important? The passage of this bill will move us one step closer to achieving sustainable food security. The measure directs the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a substantial plan to develop a community seed banking program, which will allow for the storage and preservation of seeds against natural disaster, like I mentioned, climate change, loss of habitat, and other situations that may lead to a partial or complete annihilation of the crops and other plants. Additionally, the initiative will help promote research and educational opportunities, engage in various sectors of our community to work in collaboration. The fact is, due to our strategic Caribbean location, we are prone to be impacted by various types of natural disasters at any given time, to include effects of climate change. We must be proactive. I want to say that again. We must be proactive and prepare and preserve our culture and tradition. As I mentioned, the Community Seed Bank is not to be a museum of seeds to be forever preserved, but rather more like a library where farmers and home gardeners can access seeds as needed while at the same time ensuring its preservation. Colleagues, I am not a member of this committee, but I am respectfully asking your support as we work collectively to protect our nature, to protect our culture, as well as to preserve the efforts of generations of Virgin Islanders who are farmers. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I look forward to today's hearing.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Colleagues, we will move forward with the reading of the second bill. We have bill number 34-0099. Who speaks to this bill?
I do,
Senator Francis, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, well, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am speaking on behalf of the bill sponsor, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, in respect to bill number 34-0099, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Sections 530G, and Chapter 27, Section 705C, changing the mandatory retirement age of police officers, firefighters, correctional officers from age 55 to 65. And let me say at the onset that there's been some misinformation circulated in the public in respect to this particular measure. And, this was a request that was made by the police department, the fire department, and correction officers. Current law requires that any one of those disciplines at the age of 55, that they're required to produce a medical certificate up until the age of 60 to be able to consider for continued work from age 55 to age 60. Previously, there was a sunset that was allowing for an extension to go up until the age of 63, and that sunset expired this particular measure. And now the bill sponsor, and I have joined on as well with him, is seeking to extend this from 60 now to 65 and make it permanent. And the matter is that those individuals at the age of 60, under traditional legislation, would have to separate themselves. They have to leave the police department at age 60. And as it stands right now, there were at least 15 or more just police officers, as well as in addition to correction officers and firefighters, that would have had to be separated from government at that age. So this bill seeks to allow them to continue to work up until the age of 65. Again, this is a matter of choice and a matter of certification that allow for the department, agency heads, as well as the director of personnel, to allow those individuals to continue to work at any time. At any time that an individual determined that they're ready to retire, they could apply to GRS and retire. However, this measure allows them an opportunity to continue to work up until the age of 65. We know that individuals are living longer. We know that there is a number of individuals that once they meet 60, that they continue to work. They were forced to leave these various disciplines, police department, Bureau of Corrections and Fire, and seek employment elsewhere. This allows for them to continue to pay into the GRS system, extend the life of the GRS system, as well as to continue to maintain some seniority within their various disciplines to continue to work. So I ask for my colleagues' support on this measure. Again, it's Bill 34-0099. And on behalf of the bill sponsor and myself, will be truly appreciated as we seek to address the issue on the behalf of police officers, firefighters, and correction officers. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Our next item on the agenda, Bill number 34 in this block, Bill number 34-089. Who speaks to this bill?
6-9 or 8-9?
8-9. 8-9. Senator Payne, please proceed with your introduction.
Yes, thank you for the time, Mr. Chair and colleagues. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Yes, I speak about Bill number 34, that's 0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing cruise bay fish market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at the Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Eni Hyde Pond and the island of St. John. Colleagues and listening and viewing audience, the fishermen of St. John have had to endure the hardship of trying to earn a living and support their families in almost inhumane conditions in like forever. They have had to clean and prepare their catch of the day on a makeshift dock and at a makeshift market. The market was completely, that they built on their own, that market was completely destroyed in 2017 by the hurricanes, and since then, after the customs built their new facility, the gates to access their makeshift dock remains constantly locked. So these individuals have to actually climb fences just to get to that area, to clean their way, get back on a boat, go around town. When they get around town, get a cooler, bring their stuff up onto the sidewalks, and try to sell their way from off of the sidewalk. Having to endure licensing taking the catch of the day from them because they don't have a license to sell on the sidewalks. There's no identified place on St. John for the fishermen to sell. So this is something that will seriously benefit the fishermen on St. John, as there's a fish market in St. Croix, there's a fish market on St. Thomas, but there's none on St. John. This type of hardship that individuals have to go through to simply feed their family, we can't stand by and continue to allow this to happen. Also, I'd like to thank my co-sponsor, Senator Sorrow, for working along with me to look out for the boaters who will now finally have an identified area to set their boats into the ocean, whether for pleasure or for charters. Colleagues, this is something that's long overdue for the fishing and boating industry on St. John, and I look forward to your complete support of this measure. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. We'll now proceed to bill number 34-0069. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Fred Gregory, you're on mute.
I do. Good morning.
Morning. Senator, you're recognized for your introduction, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to my colleagues in the St. Croix District and all those listening and viewing today's hearing. This morning, I bring to you for consideration Bill number 34-0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement project and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commission of Public Works by adding new subsection B and C to direct the Commission of Public Works to maintain master contracts for providing governmental entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost up to $500,000 over the life of the project. This bill was heard in the Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications last Wednesday, and it was supported by both the Department of Public Works and the Department of Property and Procurement. And this bill just basically seeks to ensure that as we progress with our disaster recovery, our American Rescue Plan dollars, our Build Back Better dollars, and all dollars that come to the territory to address infrastructure, et cetera, that we are able to move those smaller projects swiftly and expeditiously. It allows the Department of Public Works to keep a master file of contractors who provide architectural and engineering services on file at the Department of Public Works. And when those departments, particularly those smaller departments and agencies who do not have those resources within their respective departments, need those services to move forward with their available dollars, they in fact can contact the Department of Public Works and move forward expeditiously without having to hold up the process for looking for an engineer or an architect to take care of the services or address the particular contract or service that they need at their respective time to move their projects forward. Today, I would also be offering an amendment to this measure, amendment number 34-382. And this amendment is basically to repeal Title 31, Chapter 1, Section 3. So basically to repeal Section 3 of Chapter 1 in Title 31. This amendment is necessary to ensure that the code is consistent with what is actually occurring, not only with moving this measure forward, but occurring with what currently occurs within the Department of Public Works. Currently, there is no final plan, specifications, drawings, or blueprints that are submitted to the legislature for approval once construction projects move forward in the system. and that bill this measure, or this particular section of the code rather, basically requires that the demolition of buildings, alteration of buildings and other structures, and the construction and anything must come to the legislature. The blueprints, etc., must come to the legislature for final approval. So you should have received the amendment, and at the appropriate time, I will bring the amendment so we can basically clean up the code in that particular area. I think that has been in, this was last amended in 1986, which is some 30 something, almost 40 years ago. So we need to clean up the code. So we're going to use this opportunity as we move this measure forward to clean up the code as well. I'm asking my colleagues to support this measure at the appropriate time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Colleagues, we have 4 items in this block, and we will allot 5 minutes per senator for this round. We will proceed with Senator Carla Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues, the listening and viewing audience, as well as bill sponsors. I wanted to just briefly talk on 2 specific bills here. Of course, the one which is 34-0074. I am in support of that. It is speaking well for us to be able to sustain our agricultural industry, to be able to store and preserve the seeds that we need to plant here, and also for human consumption later on when those seeds become fruitful and bear fruit. Bill number 34-0099. I actually want to commend the bill sponsors, Senator DeGraff and Senator Francis. I know Senator DeGraff has been very adamant and passionate about this bill in particular, and it's a voluntary mechanism. It doesn't mean that you as a police officer have to work until the age of 65, but if you feel that your vessel and you still have more to offer for public service, you should definitely look at doing this. And the caveat of it is that you would still have to be able to abide by all the policies that are in place, and at the age of 55, you have to go through a health screening to make sure that your body, your mind, and everything is fit to continue to the work. And so I definitely am in support of that. I'm also in support of bill number 34-0089, which is to provide some funding to the VI Port Authority to build a bulkhead and a ramp for the cruise bay dock in St. John. Our St. Johnian residents, I really have to commend the at-large senator for taking on this task. They definitely are deserving of this, of course, and so I am in support of that as well. Bill number 34-0097, that bill in fact came through the committee and of education and workforce development. So I am happy to see that that bill is on the agenda. Mr. Chairman, I will reserve the rest of my time, and thank you kindly.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. We will proceed with Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize that I was that early up in the lineup, but in any event, I am not a member of this committee, but for the most part, I support the bills in this particular committee. I do have bill number 34-0089. I want to commend the Senator at large for moving this legislation forward. I think it's so important that we recognize that in the 33rd legislature and before the 33rd legislature, we were in fact utilizing the capital outlay dollars for the St. John district to pick up trash and cut roads. And that matter was brought to the Finance Committee by myself, and the committee members agreed that if the capital improvement project funds are being used on St. Thomas, well, at the time it was St. Croix because we didn't have a capital improvement fund at that time, then it should be used appropriately on the Island District of St. John. So I have to commend the bill sponsor for recognizing the needs of the St. John residents and ensuring that we address them in the immediate form. I do, however, have a concern with the legislation. There is a change that we have to make. I have it in front of me here. It speaks to fiscal year 2021, and fiscal year 2021 is long gone. We are now in fiscal year 2022, so we cannot move a measure for FY 2022. So that's going to require an amendment. I don't know if it's a technical amendment, but it requires some sort of an amendment. So I would like to suggest that a conversation be had with the legal counsel immediately to address this particular section in the bill that speaks to FY 2021, the fiscal year that ends on September 30th, which has already closed. So we need to move it to September 30th of 2022. That's my primary concern with the legislation as it is presented. And again, I'm asking my colleagues to support bill number 34-0069. I gave a clear explanation around that measure earlier. And the bill is basically straightforward, and I don't know if it needs any further explanation, but if it does, I would be happy to do that as it relates to the capital improvement projects and the importance of us helping our departments and agencies along with getting these projects off the ground and moving forward so that we could see some tangible projects come online here in the territory as we maneuver the landscape of the federal funds that we have available to us from the different, the various federal entities. I don't necessarily have anything else to add. I don't believe, and of course, the moving the correction, the mandatory age for police officers, firefighters, and correction officers from 55 to 65. We've seen our census numbers, so we know that we are challenged with our workforce, and whatever we have to do to ensure that our paramilitary and military type organizations here in the Virgin Islands are showed up, then that's our responsibility to do that. So I also want to commend Senator DeGraff and Senator Francis for moving this measure forward. And we all know that we are currently our dependency on goods, particularly our food, coming from outside of the territory. So the seed banking program is an important program. We just have to figure out how is it that we are truly going to store these seeds in this particular program. That will be a difficult task, but we are resilient people, and I believe that we can make it happen. I don't have anything else to add, Mr. Chair, so I reserve the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. As you know, I am not a member of this committee, but I would like to say that I commend the sponsor of Bill 34-0069 34-0099, and Act amending Title 3 of the Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 530G, and subsection, and Chapter 27, which speaks about extending the age for police officers, firefighters, and correction officers. So I commend Senator DeGraff and Senator Francis. We know that we clearly, as some of my colleagues stated, we have a challenge in the territory. We have a manpower challenge. It's been difficult trying to find individuals to fill these positions. And if in fact this bill is not passed, it would really create a hardship on the departments, and we will see the effects territorially as it relates to our public safety. So I think this is a measure that is very much needed in order to continue providing the services that these departments and agencies have been providing to the territory. In the meantime, I do implore, let me use the term that my colleague used this morning, Senator Francis, these departments and agencies to continue to aggressively recruit and look for individuals to fill these vacancies, because we definitely need new people in these departments and agencies. So I commend the sponsors of this bill. Regards to Bill number 34-0089, I also want to extend and commend, I should say, Senator Stephen Payne and Senator Janelle Saru and everyone else who signed on to this bill. I think it's much needed for the island of St. John. It's about time that they have a fish market. We heard the sponsor of the bill speak about some of the hardship and difficulties that the fishermen are having on the island of St. John. So I do believe this is much needed. I do have some concerns with Bill 34-0089, as we know that it's the Department of Planning and Natural Resources that has jurisdiction oversight of the fishermen and that whole field. But it's my hope that Port Authority would enter into a MOU to ensure that the fish market will be forever used for its purpose until, or rather change, if so, by this legislature. So that's my only concern in regards to Bill 34-0089. Regards to Bill 34-0069, I'm a co-sponsor in that bill. I commend Senator Donna Fred Gregory. I think it's much needed, which is a bill that speaks about having a master contracts or having master contracts within the Department of Public Works to deal with all the projects that are 500,000 or less. This would speed up the process. We know that sometimes we have a lot of projects that unfortunately are left behind because of the lack of expertise and the procurement process to be able to have a firm or agency that would do the engineering and architectural work, and sometimes that takes time, and all the small projects usually stay behind. So this will assist the Department of Public Works in ensuring that all the small projects are not left behind or fall through the gaps, and that can move swiftly and expeditiously, and we could get those projects moving. I think this bill really corrects a problem that we have within the system and allows the projects to move at a greater pace, and especially with all the projects we have in the pipeline. So I commend the sponsor of the bill. That's all from my end. I thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and I reserve the remaining of my time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carrion. Senator Janelle Saru, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. Just wanted to let the members of the committee know I'm not a committee member, but there's an amendment forthcoming from legal counsel to give DPNR the jurisdiction to manage the facilities as discussed in the hearing. It went in on October 19th, and we're just waiting for it to come out of council today. So just to, make everybody nice and calm, that's what's forthcoming, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Saru. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, thank you. Good morning to my colleagues, available testifiers. Good morning to the people of this territory. As we go through these bills, I would like to say that I do appreciate the efforts when it comes to bill number 340047 in regards to creating a community, a seed bank. One of the things that we find here in our territory when it comes to agriculture, we have to focus on it. We have to make sure that we have the necessary things in place, not only to preserve our seeds, but also make sure that there are places available that our farmers can get access to them. And I am very happy with this piece of legislation. As it relates to Bill 34-0089, which I am also a sponsor of, this also lends to agriculture, fisheries here in the territory. The fact that we do have a place for our fishermen, both in the district of St. Thomas, specifically the island of St. Thomas, St. John, but on the island of St. Thomas, also in St. Croix. It is high time we do the same for our fishermen on the island of St. John itself. So I am in support of that piece of legislation. As it relates to Bill 340069, when it comes to projects under 500,000 and under, when it comes to capital improvement, I do support this piece of legislation, and anything that we have to do to move the process along, it is very important, because at the end of the day, we have so much money coming into the territory, and whatever we have to do to get these things accomplished to benefit the very people of this territory, I am in support of. The last on this block, 34-0099, as it relates to the retirement age of police officers, fire, and I think it spoke to, make sure, corrections. This piece of legislation, I do not have a problem with us increasing the age. As you see, it depends on what they're bringing to the table, specifically referencing the physical aspect of it. One of the things I had a concern with was, I'm 48. As I get older, a lot of things start to hurt, and it's a physical aspect. And when you're in these jobs with firemen, police, and corrections officers, you do a lot of physical activity. So shifting the aspect to go a little bit higher, that they do have the option to decide for themselves that whether or not they can physically continue the job, I don't have a problem with it. I do find it a little bit ironic that when I brought bill number 34-0108 to increase the retirement age of senators, all of the arguments that I'm hearing here today, specifically from one of the sponsors of this legislation, was the very arguments that were being used to not increase the age of senators. So I'm a little bit confused as to which one is it. So we don't want to increase the age of senators from 60 to 65 to retire, because for the most part, we sit, we move around. We don't have as much strenuous activity engaging the public as a police officer does. Firemen have to climb ladders, etc. And we made the argument that we're discouraging young people. Right now in this territory, I believe a fireman could start his job at 18. So let's say they work for 30 years. They'll be 48 when they retire and still potentially have to work an additional X amount of years before they even could get a retirement package. So if you have that same thought process today for the people that are out there physically doing the hard work, why is it you don't have the same mindset for us who are their employees? So that aspect was a little confusing for me, but at the end of the day, we need to be a reflection of the people we represent. So I reserve the balance of my time, and I will thank my colleagues for bringing forward these pieces of legislation. I am not a member of this committee, but whichever pieces make it to the Senate floor, I will vote at the appropriate time. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Oh, it's on. Well, it's on here. Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I certainly will be supporting all of the measures in this particular block number 1. And of course, I think bill number 34-0047, I am again speaking to the seed bank and charging the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create such a plan for the seed bank is good sense. It's long overdue, and certainly I believe that it's critical as we preserve the genetic diversity for the future in a storage vault. Doomsday, a lot of times they look at this as a doomsday preparation, and certainly I believe it makes good sense. All over the United States, there's all kind of preservations being done for a number of issues. We have experimental aircraft, weapons in Area 51. There's all kind of preparation that's being done for the future. So I think that this makes great sense. In respect to Bill 34-0099, again, a bill that really addressed the extension of the age of the police officers, firefighters, corrections from 55 to 65 is something that has been asked for by the Virgin Islands Police Department. And one of my colleagues made reference to the census, but there's not a whole lot of people standing in line waiting to join these organizations. 1,200 vacant positions within government of the Virgin Islands, and we still can't see the mass hiring. The Bureau of Corrections is doing PSAs every single day, trying to entice individuals to join the Bureau of Corrections. The Virgin Islands Police Department is trying to recruit police officers, auxiliary officers, and others to assist them in their endeavor. We don't have a whole lot of people waiting to join these agencies. Whatever the reason is, I believe that it's critical that we start to really maintain or retain those that's in-house, and so that they could be able to train even the new ones, but more so to continue to protect this community. So I'm asking for my colleagues' support on that. In Bill 34-0089, which speaks to the appropriating of monies for the St. John facilities, fish market, as well as the bulkhead, it's all about parity. Certainly, we have done that for the district of St. Croix. We have done that on the island district of St. Thomas, and it only makes good sense for us to be able to do it on St. John and give them their level of comfort in being able to have equal facilities to accommodate the fishing industry. So I will be supporting that as well. In Bill 34-0069, I want to commend the bill sponsors in moving this particular piece of legislation. We heard from the stakeholders, certainly the Department of Public Works, as well as the Commissioner of Property and Procurement for their support for this measure. I think there was a minor tweak in terms of an amendment that was offered, and certainly we'll be offering that today to strengthen this particular piece of legislation and move it forward. So, Mr. Chair, thank you for the opportunity, and I await my opportunity to vote on these 4 measures in block number 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to people of the Virgin Islands. I think most of these bills are rather straightforward. I want to first off start off with the bill number 34-0047. I too join in commending the sponsors as we continue to work towards farming in a territory. I would just highlight this will not be the first time that we've, in most recent legislatures, required that the University of Virgin Islands develop a plan, and as we know with the agricultural plan, that we are still seemingly whereby that's of course Act 8404, where we require them to come up with a plan. We find that in that legislation, we did provide that farmers be part of the plan. That one of the things that I would really encourage, whether we can make an amendment before the session, is that we really require that UVI involve the farmers in this process. As we speak right now, consistently, the farmers are left out of plans. Myself as the chairman of the committee, I've engaged UVI, Dr. Hall, the chairman of the board, consistently over importance of stakeholder engagement. And then also to have been working on a project around youth, getting them into farming. So I'm hoping that in this case, that UVA learned from the plan and that in this particular instance, that we won't have to legislate and require them to do what they should do, which is reach out to the farmers and include them in this process, and especially involving our youth. Bill number 34-00099, very straightforward as well. The only caveat I would say is concerning health, right? One of the current law speaks to the fact that as you age, there's a requirement that you get from the Department of Health, a good bill of health, that we make sure we do our best to support persons in our key areas, especially in our law enforcement, with efforts to ensure that their health care. We do have efforts that I do recognize that the division of personnel with Cigna is pushing, but we have a ways to go when it comes to health care in our territory. We have a ways to go when it comes to healthy measures and ensuring that our people are healthy, and we can do that in a myriad of ways, right? Even before the bill before, which speaks to seed banking and ensuring that we eat healthier and be healthier. So I will join also in commending the bill sponsors in that regard. Bill number 34-0089, yes, to our fishermen, especially here in Island of St. John. I find though that DPNR, as we give them the jurisdiction, we have to be mindful that most recently, a few years now, there was an audit put out by the Department of Interior. So a lot of our agencies are audited. DPNR was. And it pertains to how they're utilizing funds, how they're operating. So we must be mindful when we pass legislation that we have to do our due diligence in exercising oversight, especially in this regard, because we always find that our facilities get broken down. Here we are again as senators reaching out to the commissioner. Hey, commissioner, what are you doing about these facilities? And I myself I went even further. I reached out to the actual Fish and Wildlife Division of the Department of Interior through my frustration and oversight issues. I can speak now that Commissioner Oriel has been most responsive, but we have to drill down on them oftentimes, unfortunately. Last but not least, of course, Bill 34-0069, which I did join. Really important as we deal with the efforts of public works. We know that it's really important, and that's another item, again, we're putting more on the department, which is important, but we do have to do our due diligence, because again, we find routinely, as I've engaged Commissioner Gabriel, do you have a plan in terms of, are you crafting policies? Do you have standard operating procedures? Or how are you really managing as a manager of your agency? So I look forward to supporting all these measures, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the time. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Boy, it's a wonderful day here today, and I'll start off with Bill. My two colleagues here to the right harassing me, Bill number 34-0047. And this bill is very important because this morning, in speaking with my Millennium colleagues, I asked them if they know what's a costarapple. And the first one didn't know what it is. The second one started to Google it. And when they get it, the second one say, I know what I be, I know what I be. But it's so important that our children them might not know what this fruit is. And there's lots of people don't even know what it is, but it's a species of the sugar apple. But it's a bigger fruit, it grows much bigger, it's a much bigger tree. And you could actually climb the tree, they get that big. And that's why the tree gets just nearly as big as a mahogany tree. And you could get up in there and pick the fruit stem, and it's a rare, rare tree here on this island right now. At this present moment, there's only one person I know have one of these trees in their yard. But the tree gets that big, you have to have a lot of acreage in order to have this tree in your yard so that it could bloom and do what it needs to do. So it's a very important piece of legislation to make sure that we preserve these seeds and make sure we keep this going so that these fruits and our children and our children's children will be able to, enjoy these fruits. So I really want to say thank you to the sponsor, Senator Carrion, and, it was a pleasure joining on board with this. I definitely will be supporting this piece of legislation. In speaking to bill number 340099, it's very important that we understand the breakdown in law enforcement when it comes to having sufficient staff, when it comes to staff not being able to just select and pick how you want. When these individuals choose to work a little longer, it's not mandatory that they have to work till 65. They can still go home at the appropriate time, which is 20 years. Some folks work 30, some folks work 40. What this piece of legislation is doing is pushing that age up a little bit more, because some of them at the age of 62 still good and ready to go. And they're still physically fit, they're still able to do it. And it's only pushing this measure up that their certification from the doctor goes a little farther now, just instead of stopping at that age that it normally stopped, which was, I think it is 55. So it's definitely going to move it up and take it a little farther, and it will help especially the Department of Correction and Police and Fire. So I definitely will be signing on to these. And to this bill, number 340089, just for my colleagues out at the island of St. John, St. Croix have 2 fish markets. St. Croix have one in the Lorraine area and one down on the western part of the island. So it's most fitting and something that's needed on the island of St. John, that they can have a fish market where the fishermen them can sell their fish. It's past due. So this is a no-brainer. I could vote on this 2 times with my eye closed, knowing the hardship that the fisherman them is going through, getting their fish to the market and pretty much selling on the side of the road, which is haphazard. It's about time we definitely do this. And I appreciate the Millennium correcting that we have some amendment coming, which will be a good position that we know who will be managing that fish market and won't have any problem with it. And the final bill on the block here is bill number 340069. I'm very project-oriented. And anything that we can do to make sure that the projects them move faster, I'm on board. We have so many millions and you could say billions of dollars sitting there. And with this piece of legislation, it's going to help these projects to move a lot faster. And I want to really give kudos to the sponsors for this piece of legislation to really speed up this process and help these projects move more faster and get these territories looking the way they can be looking. The Virgin Islands is in a perfect position at this moment, where if we don't do these things and do them right, we surely will be left in the dark. But this piece of legislation here, this particular piece of legislation, will definitely move the ball and the needle a little faster, and hopefully we can see a brighter future and a brighter Virgin Islands. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time. I will pass on my time to these millennium who's going to attack me. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Good morning. Yes, still morning. Good morning, colleagues. It's a great feeling to be here today and to sit here in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. I want to speak briefly on Bill number 34-0047, which speaks to mandating that the Department of Agriculture and UVI develop a community seed banking program. And as I made mention in the Committee of Jurisdiction, I have no problem with the legislation, but currently we have Act 8404 that speaks to the agricultural plan. And during the committee hearing, when this bill was first heard, I asked if they can incorporate it in the agricultural plan. I've been following the emails and the thread when it comes to the agricultural plan, and I think they had to extend the working sessions for whatever reasons, and I think there was some pushback with the farmers. But long story short, I just hope and pray that when we create another mandate like this, that we involve our farmers to make sure that no one is left out. And I know you can't please everyone at the same time, because everyone will see things differently, but I just hope that there are some conversations with our farmers if you're going to truly implement a seed banking program. As far as Bill number 34, that's 0099, that speaks to the mandatory retirement age for police officers, firefighters, and correction officers. I had a good conversation with the finance chair a while ago regarding the history behind this bill and what it's really trying to do. And long story short, we shouldn't be mixing oranges with apples, but I won't get into details. As we know, we have a problem retaining workers in the U.S. Virgin Islands in specific professions like corrections, and by passing this legislation, we are allowing those who are eligible to retire to still continue. So that is the conversation we're having here today. And I just want to say to all the hardworking individuals who work in these respective positions, like police officers and firefighters and correction officers, we have to continue to make sure that we pass the baton at some point to make sure we have a workforce that we can retain. And hopefully this administration can hold a job fair. I think somewhere earlier in the year they did a job fair in Atlanta. I'm not sure of the results of that, but we need to do a job fair as well down here in the U.S. Virgin Islands to make sure we can attract and retain, so we won't have to be passing these kind of measures. But I understand the importance of this bill. As far as Bill number 34-0089, which speaks to appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of a fish marketing cruise bay, I want to say kudos to the sponsors of this measure. I love ribbon cutting ceremonies. I don't really like groundbreaking. I like ribbon cutting ceremonies, so I look forward, God spare your life, all of us will still be alive. And I'm pumping whether we're here or not, and we can witness this come into fruition, because all three islands need to be treated equally, and St. John is our sister island. When it comes to Bill number 34-0069, I want to say kudos to the sponsors of this measure. And you know, in government, there's a lot of bureaucracy, and the procurement process sometimes is a little crazy. But with this, I understand what the sponsor is trying to do to make sure the projects move faster. And we will see. Next year is crunch time for all of us. It's time to work. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time, and God bless the Virgin Islands.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Morning, listener, viewing audience. Bill number 34, that's 0047. I must admit, when I first saw this bill, the first thing that kind of came into my mind was a story in the Bible where the Pharaoh had a dream about the 7 skinny cows eating the 7 fat cows. And I was like, wow, I hope my colleague isn't predicting the possibility of something like that for the Virgin Islands. But this is definitely forward thinking, and I wholeheartedly commend the bill sponsor for having such a vision. Respect. Bill number 34, that's 0099. Definitely a support of this measure, as I know that all the senators who are former law enforcement are still very much physically and mentally able to carry out all of the duties and function of a law enforcement officer, even though we are all up in age. our community as a whole is much more health conscious. And even when you pass through most of the gyms and exercise classes across the territory, the classes are filled with mature individuals putting the younger ones to shame. I remember through my entire career as a police officer, where I trained in Tampa, I trained in New York, trained in the Virgin, only one individual was able to pin me. One individual, a retired captain, Captain Adelbert Molino. He was a senior citizen at the time, and he's still a senior citizen, still volunteering to train at the VIPD. So we could see it's clearly that age isn't anything but a number. Bill number 34, that's 0089. We have some amendments forthcoming to tighten up certain areas of the bill. And the fishermen and the boaters on the little big island of St. John have been dreaming of the day when they would be able to have a state-of-the-art fish market to clean and sell the catch of the day. Also, the local boaters have been praying for the day when they could have a slip where they could load and upload their vessels and go out in the water for a day, and when they return, have somewhere to tap the vessels overnight. Thanks to my millennial co-sponsor colleague, who's a half St. Johnian, Senator Sorrow, and also to Senator DeGraaf, Senator Francis Heidegger, Senator Gittins, Senator Javon James. Thank you all very much for having the back of the fishing and boating industry on Little Big Island of St. John. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Senator Payne, thank you very much. Senator Ville, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to support, I think, just about all of these bills when they go to session, but I wanted to really explain the bill that is causing the most confusion, which is bill number 34-0099, which a number of individuals have mistakenly interpreted what the bill seeks to do. This bill does nothing to Tier 1, no Tier 2 employees. Nothing whatsoever. It doesn't change the benefits. It doesn't change the time period when they can retire. So the comparison that was given in reference to this bill and the next bill in reference to legislators, totally off. Title 3, Chapter 25, subsection 530G. It reads, every policeman, fireman, or prison guard shall be automatically and honorably separated from the government service by reason of age. This is only for those categories. If you work in public works, teaching, anything else, and you're 57, 58, you could continue to work. But this section said because of the area that these individuals are working in, policemen, firemen, or prison, that automatically at 55, they must retire. It then went on to say, if you want to continue to work until 60, that you must have a physical and psychological evaluation and submit it to continue to work to 60. It doesn't change any benefits. It is just somebody who is working. They're now 55 years old, they're a police officer, and they want to continue. This bill allows them to continue. So the rancor on the radio that we are mandating that all officers, that all prison guards, that all firemen, that we're going to raise the age to 65 is false. If you're a Tier 1 employee, you can retire after 20 years. You're a Tier 2, 25 years, and then there's an age limit, I think it's 57. It is there. Nothing has changed. So you can't come and because you want to misconstrue this and make people think that we are in here just doing all this type of craziness, say that, oh, we want to mandatory change the senators to 65, and now they are mandatory changing the police. No, it's not mandatory anything. It is not. So it's false information, and it's not good to put false information. I just got a text. Totally misleading. Thank you. You can't do that. We have some officers that are now 60, 61, 62, who are in leadership, who are in training, etc., that want to continue to work. The law as written would have forced them to retire. They are not ready to retire. This law, in fact, saved the retirement system money because they're retiring at a later age. We're not forcing them like what was done previously before in this government when we paid individuals $10,000 to retire, when we charged an additional 3% after 30 years of service because you want to force them to retire and cripple the system. This allows individuals to work. So stop. For the grace of God, stop making stuff up in reference to the bill. Read the bill. Read it and comprehend what is in the bill. You can't just make up stuff and have people alarmed that they're now 52 and they're going to have 20 years in 2 years and we're going to make them work until 65. No, it is not true. This bill was requested by those employees and those commissioners and directors that they have employees that they don't want to lose. It has nothing whatsoever to do with Tier 1 nor Tier 2 benefits. Nothing at all. It's just allowing them to work a longer period of time. And I don't know what is wrong with that if they choose to work for the longer period of time. I've heard some pushback on the St. John bill. Oh, it's not enough money. It's not this. They have the land. They this or that. It's a start. We're getting it together so that we can make sure that St. John is going to have a fisherman ramp and a place to sell the fish. And if there's a need for more money, then we'll find the money. We do have some jurisdictional issues in terms of land. We'll work it out. It's nothing that we haven't done before. Somebody wrote a quote that I made a comment in reference to the racetrack and the racetrack ownership, and I'm like, Port Authority leases the land to Park and Recreation leases the land to the promoter. It doesn't make a difference who owns the land for this St. John thing. We'll work out an agreement, whether it's Port Authority that own it, and they need to give it to lease it to DPNR, and then DPNR lease it to an next entity. But we will work that out internally. The biggest thing is we need the money. We need assessment to be done, and we need to know the direction that we're moving in order to get it built. But misinformation is what people love to run with. And misinformation isn't good. So let's stop it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Saru, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all. Good morning to those listening and afternoon to those listening and viewing. My senior citizen from Frederickstead, I hate to admit when he is partially right, but today he's like 10% right. First of all, when he said custard apple, he asked us if we know what custard apple was. It wasn't pronounced. You know, he didn't enunciate the D. So he said custard apple. I don't know what that is. So we had a little, with some linguistic issues happening. But he is correct that I want to commend the bill sponsor for his vision, because while we may discuss seeds and seem like seeds is trivial, we are losing our culture, and culture is not only on the component of the arts and dancing and music, but the historic preservation and what are our indigenous flora and fauna of the U.S. Virgin Islands and the region as well. So I do commend the bill sponsor for his vision in that regard. My only concern would be, as I am not a member of this committee, but I will vote in the affirmative, is the state of agriculture. The abattoir closed on St. Thomas, equipment sitting there. We're not applying for enough federal funding and grants available to the farmers. We're not doing enough training for the farmers. There's not much technology that we're using for farming. There's so much that we could do insofar as food security is concerned. So the only hope I have is when it says requiring agriculture and UVI to create a plan, I am hopeful that our institution of higher learning really takes the lead on establishing, using their resources to really create a robust seed bank, community seed banking program. Because so often we write these beautiful legislations, and then when you look back, you're like, well, where are the seeds? Where is the community banking program? Where is this? Nothing has been done, and I can attest to that because the first bill I wrote when elected was the apprenticeship bill. And to date, we ain't got one apprentice. We don't have one graduate. We don't have nothing, and those things are frustrating. But this is really a good legislation. The former Senate President, Senator Myron Jackson, would ever be so proud of you for this, as he is a tree man. He came up with all these legislations and tree this, tree that, how you cut the tree, when the tree go. So this is really good. So thank you for your foresight to the bill sponsor. The finance chair took the words out of my mouth as it pertains to Bill 34.0099 because we misinterpreted the intent of the legislation, and the legislation also calls for a fitness test and a psych test as well. So it doesn't really impact GERS, annuity, or any of the like, so I'll stop there. As far as Bill 34.0089 is concerned, I heard in the last hearing some discussion about not enough money or what's not. No, I am no engineer, and I don't know anything about construction. But what we did, and the other bill sponsor from the at-large senator could attest to it, that the Port Authority staff met in St. John. Director Dow sent his staff. Commissioner Gabriel sent his staff. They toured the facilities, and the numbers that they came up with for the cost for construction, those are the numbers that are in the bill today. So I cannot fathom how we come and we say that's not enough money. We didn't pull the number for the facility from the sky. We included every single component of this legislation. It was a collaborative effort between both offices. We took the board up, we showed them the site, the potential area, we found the land. We did everything, and they came back in an official email with the cost estimate. So we can't play games now by saying it's not enough. And if it's not enough, a supplemental appropriation can always be done. But the fishermen, the first bill is agriculture related and preservation. But we can't talk food security when we don't provide appropriate goods and services for those in the industry to produce. We have to create the infrastructure, and that is our duty as a government to do. And then lastly, Bill 34.0069. I'm in support of the legislation. I think that the sponsor said some amendments will come in, so I'll patiently await. But Mr. Chair, I think that those are all my comments at this time, and I thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Soro. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I had reserved the remainder of my time initially because I really missed speaking on bill number 34.0069. First off, I'm going to be very succinct. I really want to commend the co-sponsor and the sponsors of this legislation. I will definitely be joining in. I know we are in dire need of this level of specialized technical service in our government, especially having been a member and being a member of the Committee on Disaster Recovery and Infrastructure, and moreover being a former project managers and working along with the technical people who would be the engineers as well as the architects to get projects moving is critical, especially in light of us having really bad roads. So this definitely is a mechanism and a game changer in itself to fast track our recovery And so I really want to commend the sponsors for this legislation, Bill 34-0069, which allows the Department of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing government entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, and rehabilitation or replacement of projects. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I too support all of the bills in Block 1, this agenda. Beginning with Bill number 34-0047, initiative that I am a co-sponsor of. I want to really commend Senator Carrion for the vision that he had in establishing this, this initiative. I think food insecurity, and it was mentioned over and over again today, is real. And this really allows us to ensure the survival of our critical local produce and vegetables to ensure that they survive. So I am very much in support of that. I know that there was a mention of the territorial agricultural plan that the University of the Virgin Islands is currently charged with completing. And clearly this would be a logical part of the plan to have, I think Senator James mentioned, to have the issue of the seeds, seed security incorporated into that, that overall initiative. Hopefully in short order we'll get some feedback on the finalized plan from the University of the Virgin Islands. Bill number 34-0099, I too got some feedback from some citizen. I went to the store some time ago and I saw a young lady who was a firefighter, and her concern was, why are y'all making me work till age 65? That is not right. And I was totally baffled. I was trying to figure out and understand what she was talking about. And eventually, after some time, I found out that it was this initiative that she misunderstood. And I think inaccurate information, and Senator Viale is right, is crippling this territory. Bad information is crippling this territory. I think we have a philosophy that if you say it loud enough, if you say it often enough, it somehow makes it true. And I think that that is really doing some serious damage to this community. And I know the talk shows are good, but the talk shows really are the fire or the oil that is really spreading a lot of this negative energy that is adversely affecting our community. Bill number, I think it makes sense. As the former director of the Division of Personnel, it was always an issue when a firefighter or police officer hit the age of 55. There was a requirement that they be released from their services, from their employment, unless they successfully passed a fit for duty examination. Now this allows the individuals to work and with a fit for duty exam, successful fit for duty exam, they worked up until age 60. Now this allows us to extend the work longevity of an employee in these critical areas to age 65. We're having challenges recruiting and retaining qualified persons in law enforcement, just about in every field here in our community. So this, I think, opens up the door for us to extend the life of quality, qualified, capable law enforcement officers and other peace officers. So I fully support Bill number 34-0099. Bill number 34-0089, I commend our at-large Senator, Senator Payne, for coming up with this bill to develop an aesthetically pleasing fish market on St. John. I think Senator Johnson said St. Croix has 2 fish markets. Okay, so we at least have one on the island of St. John. I think it's important to have a safe and sanitary and quality area for fishermen to sell their produce and people of St. John to purchase their produce. So it is difficult to not support an initiative like this. Also, to improve the bulkhead, it is important for us to continue to improve our marine infrastructure in the territory. And this initiative does that. So kudos to you, Senator Payne, as well as the other sponsors of this initiative. Bill number 34-0069, I fully support and I'm a co-sponsor of this bill. Kudos to you, Senate President Fred Gregory. I think that it is just another strategy to, give us an opportunity to more expeditiously move projects in the territory. And this really does that. We have hundreds of millions of dollars to spend and hundreds, if not thousands of projects to move. And this project really, this bill really allows us to expeditiously move some of these smaller projects. So I fully support all of the bills in this agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, we have exhausted this round in block 1. Do I hear
Point of information.
Point of information, Senator Heiliger, you are recognized for your point of information. Senator Francis.
Thank you very much. I just would like to put on the record, in regards to Bill 34-0099, I would like to share that I am fully aware that things in regards to the tiers, the various tiers are not changing. I spoke specifically and I said I support the measure because it's giving the option to the officers and the corrections and the firemen to have the option to deal with the physical aspect of it, as well as utilize that to move forward in their career. What I spoke to was the irony of the same arguments that were being used in order to justify doing this today was the opposite when it came to changing the retirement age for senators. So I am fully aware of what I read, what I understood, and I do support the measure to give them the option. So hopefully I put on the record again what my thought process is and the irony of how we had a conversation of how young people would not want to run for the Senate because we're forcing them to retire at a later age, which is something I do not agree with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Did I have Senator Johnson, point of information? Motions. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a community seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disaster, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora, be voted on favorably in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, and be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Johnson, seconded by Senator Joseph and Senator Whitaker. Roll call on bill number 34-0047.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Senator Francis Jr. yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson,
Yay.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Carla J. Joseph yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., Senator Payne Sr. yea. Senator Milton E. Potter,
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, Senator R. Whitaker yea. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a community seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Amendment. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-382. That's the wrong amendment. I strike that. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 34-369, and that will be offered on the behalf of the bill sponsor, Senator DeGraff, and is amendment to bill number 34-0099. Bill number 34-0099 is amended in section 3 by inserting retroactively after effect and by striking upon the expiration of Act number 7936. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Joseph and Senator Payne. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that bill number 34-0099, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Section 530G, and Chapter 27, Section 705C, changing the mandatory retirement age of police officers, firefighters, and correction officers from 55 to 65 as amended, be voted upon favorably by this Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Johnson, Senator Payne, and Senator Joseph. Roll call on bill number 34-0099 as amended.
Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 34-0099, an act amending Title 3 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 25, Sections 530G, and Chapter 27, Section 705C, changing the mandatory retirement age of police officers, firefighters, and correction officers from 55 to 65 has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration as amended. Colleagues, do I hear a motion? Amendment? Senator Payne, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I offer amendment number 34-376 to bill number 34-0089. Bill number 34-0089 is amended in the following instances. A, Section 1 is amended in subsection A on page 1, line 4, by inserting a comma and the geotechnical, marine, and environmental assessments after design. B, an appropriately numbered and placed section is added to read as follows. The Virgin Islands Port Authority shall, 1, collaborate with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and contract other design consultants as needed in the design phase of the Cruise Bay Fish Market. 2, contract for the performance of geotechnical, marine, and environmental assessments to determine the feasibility and impact of constructing a fish market and of modifying the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay Dock, authorized in Section 1A of this Act. C, the long title and the bill summary are revised to incorporate the amendments in subsections A and B. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Francis. Roll call on bill number 34. No. Hearing no objections. So ordered.
Motion.
Senator Payne, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that bill number 34, that's 0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing cruise bay fish market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Inihide Pond on the island of St. John, as amended, be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senator Francis, Senator Johnson, and Senator Joseph. Roll call on bill number 34-0089 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, bill number 34-0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing cruise bay fish market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at the Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Inahide Pond on the island of St. John has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary as amended and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration.
Point of information.
Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill number 34-0089 as amended requires a technical amendment, as I indicated earlier. The bill speaks to fiscal year ending September 30th, 2021, and we have long passed fiscal year 2021. The bill needs to indicate fiscal year 2022. Otherwise, once it goes up to the governor, it will be vetoed because the date is incorrect. So I don't know if when I made my comments earlier, if it was heard, but the bill requires a technical amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Colleagues, we will take a 2-minute recess. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Senator Payne, you're recognized for your motion.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I have a motion to reconsider Bill number 34, that's 0089, as amended. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senator Johnson and Senator Francis. Roll call. Hearing no objections. So ordered.
Amendment?
Senator Payne, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer amendment number 34, that's 376, to Bill number 34, that's 0089. Bill number 34, that's 0089, is amended in the following instances. A, Section 1 is amended in subsection A on page 1, line 4, by inserting a comma, and the geotechnical, marine, and environmental assessments after design. B, an appropriately numbered and placed section is added to read as follows. The Virgin Islands Port Authority shall, 1, collaborate with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and contract other design consultants as needed in the design phase of the Cruise Bay Fish Market. 2, contract for the performance of geotechnical, marine, and environmental assessments to determine the feasibility and impact of constructing a fish market and of modifying the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay authorized in this Section 1A of this Act. C, the long title and the bill summary are revised to incorporate the amendments in subsections A and B. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senators Francis and Johnson. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Technical amendment?
The motion?
Yeah. A motion to offer technical amendment to Bill number 34, that's 0089, on line 3. Okay, motion to move Bill number 34, that's 0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing Cruise Bay Fish Market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Iny Heights Pond and the island of St. John with a technical amendment in Section 1, Line 3, to replace 2021 with 2022, and on Section 2, Line 2, to replace 2021 with 2022. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senators Francis and Johnson. Hearing no objections, as amended. Hearing no objections. Oh, it's a roll call? Okay, roll call on bill number 34-0089 as amended. Senator Payne, can you please restate your amendment?
Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer Bill number 34, that's 0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing Cruise Bay Fish Market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Iny Heights Pond and the island of St. John, as amended, be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the committee, the full body, for further consideration. I so move. That's it.
Technical
amendment. Huh?
No, I don't think you struck the 22. Will Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 1 minute. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. We had a few technical matters we needed to ensure we had correct. So, do I hear a motion? Amendment? Senator Payne, you're recognized for your technical amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I offer a technical amendment to Bill number 34, that's 0089, in line section 1, line 3, changing 2021 to 2022, and also in section 2, line 2, changing 2021 to 2022. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senators Johnson and Francis. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Payne, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34, that's 0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing cruise bay fish market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat dock and slipway at Inihide Pond on the island of St. John, as amended, be favorably voted on by this committee and forwarded to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Payne, seconded by Senator Johnson. Roll call on Bill number 34-0089 as amended.
Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr.
Yes.
Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0089, an act appropriating $920,000 to the Virgin Islands Port Authority for the construction of an aesthetically pleasing cruise bay fish market and to modify the existing concrete boat ramp and bulkhead at Little Cruise Bay Dock, Cruise Bay Quarter, and appropriating $580,000 to the Department of Public Works for the construction of a boat, dock, and slipway at Inihide Pond on St. John, on the island of St. John, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Do I hear a motion? Amendment. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move amendment number 34-382, an amendment to Bill number 34-0069, and the amendment is being offered on behalf of Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory. Bill number 34-0069 is amended by adding an appropriately numbered section to read as follows. Section blank, Title 31, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 3 is repealed. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Joseph and Payne. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Motion.
Senator Francis, please proceed with your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill number 34-0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Section 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvement by adding Section C to the defined capital improvement project and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commission of Public Works by adding the new subsections B and C to direct the Commission of Public Works to maintain a master's contract for providing governmental entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovations, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project, as amended, be voted upon favorably by this Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Joseph and Johnson. Roll call on Bill number 34-0069 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes?
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0069, an act amending the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3, Chapter 9, Sections 134A, relating to the Department of Public Works, Division of Capital Improvements, by adding subsection C to define capital improvement project and amending Title 31, Chapter 1, relating to the functions of the Commission of Public Works by adding a new subsection B and C to direct the Commission of Public Works to maintain a master contract for providing governmental entities with architectural and engineering services for construction, expansion, renovation, major maintenance, rehabilitation, or replacement projects that cost less than $500,000 over the life of the project, as amended, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. All right, colleagues, we'll move directly into Block 2. Madam Clerk, can you read the agenda for Block 2, please?
Block 2, Bill number 34-0097, an act repealing and reenacting Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Section 130, relating to authority to discipline pupils in school, and repealing Title 17 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 87, relating to punishment of pupils by school officials, sponsored by Senator Janelle K. Sarro and Genevieve R. Whitaker. Invited testifier, Kaiser Carwood, MPA, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0097? Senator Saru, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you.
Please recognize Senator Saru's mic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I am here to introduce Bill number 34-0097 as it relates to corporal punishment in the schools. It was first part of an omnibus bill for women, children, and families. And that bill was heard about 5 times before it made it to the final session, the full body. And Section 3 was gutted, that removed the section that banned corporal punishment. There were some concerns between citing the Bible and everything else. And we took those concerns into consideration and we rewrote an entire bill, 3 pages long, that addressed corporal punishment. It delineated the differences between a monitor acting to quell a fight, the role of a teacher, what constitutes corporal punishment. I have no amendments to this legislation because the bill was fine as is. The concern over incorporating verbal abuse, I did not amend the bill to include that because verbal abuse does not constitute as corporal punishment. And this bill specifically speaks to corporal punishment. The Vice Chair will move the bill at the appropriate time, but we do have an invited testifier from the Board of Education as we had an oversight, an honest oversight, where we omitted or forgot to include them in the original hearing in the Working Committee of Jurisdiction. So I look forward to their testimony. And Mr. Chair, thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Soro. As Senator Soro mentioned, we vetted this bill in the Committee on Education some time ago, a couple of weeks ago, and the chair of the Board of Education was not there was not invited to testify, so he is invited now, and he's here with us now. So we have Mr. Kaiser Carlo. I almost said Senator Kaiser Carlo for some reason. Mr. Mr. Kaiser Calwood, please, you are recognized for your testimony.
Good afternoon, Honorable Milton E. Potter, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Rules and Judiciary, committee members, and other members of the 34th Legislature present, and the listening and viewing audiences. I'm Kaiser A. Calwood, Chairman of the Virgin Islands Board of Education, VIBE, and accompanying me today is Vice Chair Winona A. Hendricks, who also chairs the board's Policy, Rules, and Regulations Standing Committee, and Executive Director, Dr. Stephanie J. Berry. I offer the following testimony on Bill 340097, an act repealing and reenacting 17 Virgin Islands Code, subsection 13, relating to the authority to discipline pupils in schools, and repealing 17 VIC, subsection 87M, relating to the punishment of pupils by school officials. Currently, the Virgin Islands Code does not clearly authorize either the Department of Education Department or the Virgin Islands Board of Education to create policies regard to school discipline, using its general authority to do anything necessary for the proper maintenance and operation of public schools under the Virgin Islands Code, Title 17, Section 21. The board has led the way in school discipline by devising policies prescribing a student code of conduct, as well as their rights and responsibilities versus those of teachers and school administrators. The Virgin Islands School Discipline policy has been promulgated and used by the Virgin Islands Public Schools for over a decade. Moreover, despite the lack of a clear mandate to incorporate conflict resolution principles as mandated in Title 17, Section 761, the board has again led the charge in incorporating conflict resolution principles in prescribing responses to disciplinary infractions in lieu of harsh punitive measures, including punishment, that has proven to be ineffective in creating school environment conducive to learning and which in fact negatively impact student achievements. The emphasis should not only be on punishment, but on accountability, taking responsibility for decision-making, corporal, emotional, intellectual damage, or any cruel, inhumane, derogatory, labeling, or degrading remarks, which oftentimes have a long-lasting effect on students. We must promote rights, regulation, and behavioral expectations to maintain safe, orderly, and adequate responses to students' behaviors in educational environment. The outlook of school personnel must be to promote student learning and development for career, college, and positive and productive choices. The board advocates the use of restorative practices versus emphasis on suspensions, expulsions, and severe punitive actions which deny access to educational opportunities. For example, the use of verbal recrimination of a pupil should not involve direct denunciation of a pupil, but instead center on the behavior. This reduces potential stigmatization and the creation of an environment where the respect of a teacher is lost. Additionally, the board is currently revising the discipline policy to set forward further restorative justice principles and provide adequate protection for students with disabilities. Given this historical perspective, Section 130F of the bill, number 340097, authorizing the department to prescribe regulation to implement the section is misplaced. The board also notes that by establishing a self-regulating framework, the legislature basically puts the fox in charge of the hen house. The ban on corporal punishment, is a non-panacea, especially when broad expectation are coupled with liability immunity. Even in the 20 or so states that currently ban corporal punishment, students of color, boys, and students with disabilities are disproportionately subject to corporal punishment because the expectation can be broadly construed. Hence, the board recommends that given its independence from the department and its general oversight authority, the board be authorized to develop policies incorporating corporal punishment bans and regulations into the current revision of the student disciplinary policy. The board further recommends that it be given additional time to review and mark up the bill, having not had the opportunity, as so indicated today, to review it while it was in committee of jurisdiction. We are most concerned about the vagueness of the expectations set forth in the last sentence of subsection B and subsection C5 that allows school personnel to determine the appropriateness of their own physical contact on a case-by-case basis. The protection of students is too important a concern to allow this level of influence and authority to be placed in the hands of school personnel without adequate safeguards. In conclusion, the use of corporal punishment should not be exercised irrespective of on or off campus, to or from school, or at school-sponsored activities where personnel oversees our students. The efforts of all school community members, teachers, students, administrators, parents, counselors, social workers, safety personnel, related service providers, cafeteria, custodial, maintenance, and bus staff to treat one another with mutual respect is required. The VIBE thanks the bill's sponsor, Senator Janelle K. Sorrow and Senator Genevieve Whitaker, for providing legislation that improves school environments and make them safe and supportive. Chairman Potter, this concludes my testimony, and both Vice Chair Hendricks, Executive Director Berry, and I stand ready to answer any questions posed.
Thank you very much, Chairman Colwood. Colleagues, we will allot 3 minutes for your round of questioning. You don't have to take the full 3 minutes if you don't have to, but we will start with Senator Fred Gregory. You're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very quickly for the Board of Ed. So we've been in this discussion regarding corporal punishment in the territory for quite some time. I think Senator Judy Buckley, she brought this legislation back sometime around 2011, 2012, and it didn't move forward. The question that I have is, based on your ask of today, you're asking that the board be given the opportunity to draft policy around this. But this has been a discussion that has gone on for quite some time. It's not a new discussion, and we know the challenges that we have not only within our own very communities, but throughout the contiguous. So I'm unclear as to how does this legislation prevent you from moving forward with your policy? Because it is exactly that. A legislation, if it's enacted, and then the board still has a responsibility to develop policy based on the law. So I don't understand what the board is asking for today as it relates to more time. Is there any specific language? I think in your testimony, you talked about the last section. So can you expound on that? But is there any specific language that will prevent the board from establishing a policy on this legislation?
I think, Senator, just to be clear, I think we are asking for more of an insertion in the bill, because right now in the bill, I believe in the latter part of it mentioned that the department would be the one to come up with those regulations. And per the Virgin Islands Code, that's education's requirements. So that's where the concern come in. In terms of a review of the bill, since we weren't invited, we simply try to look at it how it was written now and try to come up with ideas or suggestions to put in there to further strengthen what the two senators have come up with. We don't have a problem with the bill, but we just want to ensure that it has all things necessary in there to strengthen it.
Okay, so for clarification, because I'm just looking at your testimony today. So for clarification, your primary concern is that the legislation should give the board the authority, which I agree with you. If that's
Correct.
What you're saying,
That's
that
correct.
the board should be the entity that has the authority to develop the policies, because that is the board's responsibility and not that of the Department of Education.
That's
So
correct.
that's what you're saying.
That's
I
correct.
don't see any other strengthening that needs to be done other than clarifying that particular portion of the language that requires the board. I guess perhaps it needs to be within a date certain, because we know how long it takes for things to happen. But I do agree that it is not the department's responsibility to establish the policy. That's my perspective on it. I do support the measure. We did have some challenges with the measure previously. The measure has now been cleaned up significantly. And the concern that you have is in fact a valid concern. So I do hope that my colleagues would see that your concern is a valid concern from the perspective of policy making, and then the implementation must be that of the Department of Education. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
And thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate the opportunity. I was in attendance at the Committee on Education and Workforce Development when the Department of Education came before us and testified on this bill, in favor of this bill. I don't see that the bill offers much controversy relative to corporal punishment and the removal of corporal punishment as a mechanism to discipline our students. The question arose relative to the department, well, the Board of Education, their role in this, because the Board of Education, rather, has oversight in providing the level of policy making for the Department of Education. I think where we're looking at as far as how corporal punishment affects young people as they grow and develop, that's something that we have to really take into consideration. This bill is timely. It does not remove the parent ability to actually practice corporal punishment for their children or even guardians. But in a school setting, you want to assure that school isn't seen or looked at as a hostile environment, wherein it should be looked at as a place of safety and where young people can come to learn and the environment is conducive for learning. And I'm thinking that the sponsor, she wants to assure that young people feel comfortable coming to a learning environment to learn and not be afraid because they didn't do their homework and their teacher is going to beat them for not doing their homework. So, you know, that has happened in the past. And so the removal of corporal punishment as a disciplinary agent, and actually to really look at it as to change behavior is really key in this, so that learning should be enjoyable, not filled with any type of trepidation, anxiety, and the like. You should be able to come into an environment to learn and enjoy learning. So I reserve the rest of my time, Mr. Chairman, and thank you so much for the opportunity, and also the Department of, actually, Board of Education. Thank you so much for presenting your testimony.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Point of information, Senator Soro.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that on page 4 of the bill, which would be section
F.
Section 1, subsection 130, F, it says the Department of Education shall adopt rules to implement this section. So requiring the Department of Education to adopt rules in accordance with what is in the code does not prevent the department, does not prevent the board from establishing policy. There was no need for us to delineate the role of the board because all we're doing is clarifying in the code what constitutes corporal punishment. The code already gives the board the authority to create policies. So there's no, that's like saying the Senate shall do this and that. The Senate shall create laws. The code in Title 2 already tells us that our duty is to establish policy. So there was no need for us to really single that out in a legislation. All it does, but when we pass laws, we never really force the department to adopt those rules. So I wanted to ensure that the department adopts those rules in the absence of the board not creating policy, because truth be told, the Board of Education, I can't tell you the last day they even craft a policy and it came up for discussion except the grading policy that came via the pandemic. But the board has not been keeping up with the policy component of what they have been statutorily mandated to do. Hence the reason for the department to move swiftly with the enactment of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Searle. Senator Francis Heiliger. Is Senator Francis Heiliger? Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon once again to my colleagues, testifiers, as well as the people of this territory. I do support this piece of legislation for the repeal of corporate punishment in schools. I can sit here and share with you an incident of my own when I was in junior high school. I think it was 7th grade, where, have you ever seen that show Alice, where the waitress would always speak to and make a statement, "Kiss my grits," on television. And I was in a situation where a young man was attempting to bully me. And I wrote him a note and I said basically what Alice said. And the teacher decided that was a punishable offense. And as I stood in front of to attempt to humiliate? Was it attempt to?
You're freezing up on your end, on our end over here, Senator Francis Heiliger. We missed you for the last about 20 seconds. You were frozen.
Okay.
We're hearing you again. We're seeing you again. Yes.
Okay.
So proceed.
So where did you miss from? Well, I was sharing this story of me having to deal with corporal punishment in school because I had written a statement to what I would have constituted someone attempting to bully me. And whether it was to humiliate me as a young child or to inflict pain, I have never been one that supported or believed that in an education setting, children should be punished. And that is my personal belief, because it did not deter me from pushing back against
Media, we're having some challenges with Senator Heiliger's reception as well as audio. She's frozen again. I don't know if that's something that is happening on her end or ours. So we'll take a brief recess, if you hear me on your end, Senator Francis Heiliger. We'll take a 1-minute recess while we try to work out whatever technical glitches we're experiencing with your audio on St. Thomas. Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. I'm seeing my colleague moving fluidly over there, so I think we may have corrected the issue. Go ahead and proceed, Senator Francis Heiliger.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to reiterate again for those, if I was disconnected, Bill number 34-0097, I am in support of it. As I spoke a little bit from my own experience as a child, whether corporate punishment, I was not sure, even as a child, if it was utilized to humiliate or to cause pain. But I am of the personal belief that it does not, when it comes to education, benefit the young people. So I am happy to see that this is going to be removed from our laws and made adjustments made to it. And whatever alternatives we can come up with, especially in the educational setting, to make sure that children are corrected, but not utilizing, in my opinion, an archaic form, especially in an educational standpoint, to deal with children's misbehavior. I heard the sponsor speak to, it does not take away the rights of the parents to make their decisions accordingly, but at the end of the day, I am very happy that we will not have across the board individuals having the ability to inflict any humiliation or harm to the children of this territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I don't need how much, 3 minutes?
3 full minutes, yeah.
3, 4, 5? I don't need that much time to decide if I will support this peace initiative or not. I happen to come through the private school from 1st grade to 6th grade. And when I went to St. Patrick's School, the mother nun them had a little ruler, they had the books, and you will surely be punished if you don't, be in proper order in school. And my question to the board is, what have stopped the board from creating these policies? Because this discussion been going on quite some time. And I wasn't even dreaming and thinking I would be sitting here to still seeing it coming through at my time, because I was doing a lot of other work. So what have stopped the board from creating these policies?
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for your question. I will ask Vice Chair Member Winona Hendricks of the Policies, Rules, and Regulations Committee to respond to your question.
Thank you so much, Chair Callwood, and good afternoon to all the senators. Creating policies starts with research. It starts with bringing the information to the members. The members are involved in discussion, and the process can be lengthy. In terms of the corporal punishment, the board is in agreement with the repealing act, and therefore the corporal punishment has been scheduled for the Policies, Rules, and Regulations Committee to complete an insertion. Some of the challenges with creating policies depends on the members, their educational opinion, their public influence or persuasion. So there are many challenges to establishing policy, but let me assure you, Senator Johnson, that the board is constantly looking at policies that will help to make sure the educational process for our students is better. We are currently working on the revision of the student discipline policy, and as I said, we're considering an insertion. We recently completed the the distance learning policy. We are working on an electronic communication policy. There are a number of policies that are in committee, and we're trying to get them out as soon as possible. But you don't want to rush the process because you want to make sure that everyone understands the grave responsibility that will be sent to the Department of Education for implementation and to the community for understanding. Thank you.
Well, my follow-up question on this will be then, how effective are the current policies that are in place? Because no, today you normally would suspend a child for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever you may be, but then that child lose that time in class. He lose that time learning. So how effective are the policy that you have in place for disciplinary action at this time is? How effective do you think those policies that you have are at this time?
The policies that we have in place have been vetted not only by the board, but of course it goes to the schools, the unions, the administration association to give their feedback. In terms of effectiveness, this is why I mentioned research. It's clearly important to understand that with the students that we have today, sometimes you need a zero tolerance policy. And we've looked at that in terms of students learning, especially in terms of suspension. We don't want to send students home to be idle doing other things when they could have an opportunity to be in school in a positive environment. So the policy and its revision will look at suspension, the fact that our boys are more often suspended than other individuals or perhaps the female gender. So you have to look at all of those things and you have to put them in place. The effectiveness also is the responsibility of school principals, their school teams, their parent associations. Our establishing a policy does not limit the other support factors that need to be in place. The idea is to educate our children. The idea is to keep them in school as much as possible and give them a quality type of education. So effectiveness depends on how the policy is written, how it's implemented, and the school, faculty, staff, and parental involvement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'll close on this. As I said when I started, I went to private school in the early stage. And when I went to public school, I had a young man that used to always pick at me, and I pretty much used to box you up. And for some reason, this guy will come back the next day again, and I had to defend myself. And each day we will go to Mr. Richards, and Mr. Richards will say, put out your hand. And he'll take his ruler, I forget the name of the ruler, and he'll boss us a couple clap there in one hand, and he will say, switch hand. I was so glad that you could have switch hand. And I switch hand and take the rest clap. But I tell you this much, I was glad to get in licks than to get suspended to go home and deal with my mother. Because my mother surely would have had some good corporal punishment for me. So I took those licks and I tried to avoid Leslie as much as I can because I couldn't go tell my mother I was fighting in school. So this piece of initiative, I definitely will support it, and I hope that the board will speed up their process and get a policy in place, and let's start from a smaller group. You don't have to wait till you reach high school. We start discipline from a young age. The good book says, don't spare the rod and spoil the child. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Senator Johnson, thank you very much for that. I could appreciate what you're saying because I went to school, Lockhart Elementary School. My principal at that time was Bianca Andre. I think you have to be over 45 to know Miss Andre. She did not play, and she had a fungi stick. See, so just the fear that she inflicted. I don't care who you were, where you're from, you respected Bianca Andre and her fungi stick. So I can relate to that. Senator Payne, please proceed with your testimony.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I could also remember growing up around Miss Saw from Nat Gomez School, from Tutu School, and also Miss Wheatley at Dover Elementary School. They didn't spank every child, but the fear of knowing that if you did X, Y, and Z, that would be the outcome, kept a lot of us in line. And a lot of it was for our own good. We used to want to run across the street to go down Four Winds, to follow friends, to go by Pueblo, because some of my friends say, if you're going Pueblo, you know you got steal some candy and stuff. So of course we want to follow. We're not realizing the danger of running across the street, especially in the traffic. Or we just want to go up in Tutu, to go right, to climb the kind of trees to the highest branch and jumping from tree to tree, not realizing if you slip and fall, the rocks and things down there, you're gonna be severely injured. As children, we had no care. We had no fear as children. Corporal punishment has been used as a corrective measure to change the type of behavior of a child. But let me ask Mr. Coward, anyone from the board who can answer, in your opinion, in your own words, is there a difference between corporal punishment and child abuse? And can you give an example of what constitutes both in both areas?
Well, Senator, for my opinion, and I'm not an expert in terms of analyzing of how child abuse or corporal punishment will be. In terms of corporal punishment, as indicated, it inflicts and harm the child, especially embarrassing a child in front of school. In terms that at home, and I know many of us maybe have went through it. I don't think I went through it directly. In terms of being child abuse, where your parents either point a pillow over your head and beating you, or long ago when they used to tie you up outside, that's a form of child abuse. So I don't think that's happening in the school setting. No child is being tied up, but and I'm not any child. Well, recently in the recent years when I've been in school, that anybody got faced any corporal punishment. So maybe back in the day, maybe that was a thing, but while I was growing up in school, that was never an issue.
Okay, and also, if corporal punishment is repealed, specifically what type of discipline would the board recommend, especially since the board is also against suspensions?
Well, what we plan to do, and in just communication that we have had, in terms of not even calling a discipline policy, but a policy that gears directly to student behavior, coming up with different ways to address behavior of students. Because not because you suspended a student, that means they wouldn't commit the act again when they come back to school. But how we can rehabilitate them while they're in school, maybe find a different area where to go in school instead of suspending them. That's the conversation the board is talking about. And what we wanted to also add in terms of corporal punishment, while we don't have a problem with it repealing, but also the words that teachers and individual tell students, that has a long effect on students as well. So maybe that may be another bill or an addition to this bill, but I hope that the Senate would in fact support something like that, so we could really get rid of those words that really belittle individuals and make them feel less than themselves.
Okay, and lastly, has the board collaborated with the Department of Education, AFT, even the federal government to best understand how to create school discipline policies?
What we haven't collaborated with the federal government. What we have collaborated in the past is the National School Boards Association, what has a lot of the resources, and the RELNI board that have a lot of resources and best practices worldwide regarding policies such as discipline. In addition, the last board, we had a former member, Marshall Webster, and the Policies, Rules, and Committee worked diligently at a time with the department as well to come up with some of the things that's in this current policy that we're going to approve soon by next year. It's an 88-page document that gives you several different strategies, options for really addressing student behavior to try to turn them around. So that's what we have been doing in terms of collaborative effort, but not directly with the federal government. That's something that we could do. We have engaged and wrote letters to the Commissioner of Education for in Washington, D.C. Regarding other things, but that's something that we can look at as well, Senator. Great idea.
That was time, Mr. Chair.
You can wrap up.
You
can wrap up.
Another 3-4 minutes?
Another 3-4 seconds.
Okay, lastly, the past 4 years or so, our children have been have been quite difficult for our children. And as a former teacher, I have a sense of how difficult it must have been and continues to be to discipline our young people so that they can receive a high-quality education in these challenging times. How have the hurricanes of 2017 and now dealing with the prolonged coronavirus pandemic impacted the need for teachers and parents to be creative in disciplining and holding our children accountable for learning, yet being empathetic to the trauma they have gone through? Thank you. Close on the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator Johnson, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Oh, I think he sent a question. You know.
Oh, that was a question, sir? Okay, Senator. Chair Calwood, that was a question. So you can respond.
Well, he's gonna have to repeat it because it was like a statement to me, so I wasn't sure if I needed to respond.
I thought it was a statement
so that's
too.
what I was trying to play. It was a statement.
Okay.
It was a question or a statement.
Okay, how have the hurricanes of 2017 and now dealing with the prolonged coronavirus pandemic impacted the need for teachers and parents to be creative in disciplining and holding our children accountable for learning, yet being empathetic to the trauma they have gone through?
Well, I think the Board of Education, we came up with a policy to help in terms of the coronavirus, in terms of grading for students. In terms of the respective schools, they have deployed several different strategies to work. Some teachers are stronger than some in terms of the virtual part of it, in terms of addressing behavior, students not signing on the cameras, among other things, and they have worked creatively to address that. Is it challenging? Yes, it is. Compared with the technology not working, the computer systems are falling apart day by day. However, they have come up with, I'm not sure if you could hear me, but if they have come up with ways and creative ways to continue moving the channel forward in terms of education. And I'm so happy that they're getting ready to go back to school.
Thank you very much, Chair Calwood. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Calwood, I was listening to you a minute there, and you were speaking about all the teachers exercising corporal punishment. And in my memory is very clear, in the private school.
Which teachers?
No, I heard you said that.
I never said that.
You made a statement about teachers doing corporal punishment back in my days. And what I wanted to correct is, what in the private school, the teachers, any teacher would, utilize corporal punishment on you. But in the public school, the corporal punishment was always administered by the principal. A teacher will, if you got in fight in a class, and I'm just saying this for recommendation, and when you guys creating your policies, that when you got in a fight in the classroom, normally the teacher will take you down. She'll explain to the principal what happened in the class, what transpired, and at that time the principal will determine what punishment will be administered and how much you will get. So I just wanted to make sure that it's understood clearly that it shouldn't be just open freely for any and everyone to administer corporal punishment. It should be always managed by the principal, the head of that school, and the assistant principal if the principal isn't there, so that the teacher would always come with a report and explain to her supervisor why she believes that corporal punishment is administered. And I respect what you said, that there are children with some challenges, and those children you have to always, go through that narrow guideline, and that's why it's important that policy, when you create it, that it don't just be that any and everybody will be administering the corporal punishment. Thank you very much for that time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Okay, I thought you said something, Senator Joseph. Thank you very much, Senator. I mean, absolutely, this is an initiative that I am support of. I'm in support of fully. At the Education Committee meeting, I did have some recollection of past corporal punishment that we have been exposed to. I mentioned Bianca Andre, who I loved. She was a stalwart educator in this community. And disciplinary measures or corporal punishment was a part of her bag of tricks that she was able to utilize to maintain order. And I think a lot of us experienced corporal punishment over the years, and many of us sort of share war stories. We sit and we reflect back on our experiences as young people going through the process. So it is something that we've experienced. It is something that we've implemented, and educators who are good educators did it. But I think we're at a time where clearly when you know better, you do better. Right now, all of the experts, American Medical Association, American Academy of Pediatrics, all of the people who are around who study this, you know, who do research on the impact of corporal punishment, it is pretty much unanimous that it does not work, you know, and its effects are potentially counterproductive. So I fully support the initiative. I wanted to ask Chairman Calwood whether or not the bill as currently written, if there is anything in the bill as currently written that precludes the Board of Education from carrying out its statutory responsibility to establish policies. Just to get some clarification from you in that regard.
Thank you, Chairman Potter. As indicated in the testimony, we wanted to ensure that the bill is updated to reflect that the board give the board the authority to do it in terms of the development of the policy. And then we know the department will do the implementation. We're trying to avoid any, because I know we have coming for the legislature, and we always talked about the struggle between the department of between the board and the department. And we don't want that this policy creates that open door for any further conflict. So if it is that the senator, I'm really hoping that the senator would find it in her heart to do that, to ensure that the bill does reflect that the board gives the board the authority to create the policy, and then the department will do the implementation. And of course, while the board is creating the policy, we always will work with the department for feedback as well before the board approves for the policy to be implemented and for them to run with it in terms of implemented in the various schools.
Thank you very much, Chairman Calwood.
Thank you.
Point of information, Senator Saro.
I pull it back because I want to talk. Is it time for me to talk?
No, not yet. You're coming up right after Senator Whitaker. So
Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll wait.
So you could hold it. Okay. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. And good afternoon to our testifier. Good afternoon, Chairman Calwood.
Good afternoon.
So I'm definitely, of course, a co-sponsor of this measure. I've been joined the bill sponsor. And what I'm just trying to really understand from your end, Chairman, is what, I mean, clearly you're saying that if this law if passed, give us, the key challenge that you're outlining that the board will face in promulgation of the rules pursuant to this law which amends this area. Can you please really clarify that? I'm not understanding what authority you all are lacking in order to do this.
No, I didn't say that I don't think I said anything about lacking authority, Senator. I was making it clear that in the bill it talks about the department creating a policy when the board is the one that creates the policy. You can't allow the department to create a policy, not having the board involved in it, and then they run and implement it. It just creates a conflict. So that's all I'm asking for the bill. And of course, the executive director, Sina, having her hand up, I think she wants to add something to that as well. And she can, in terms of ensuring that the authority stays with the Board of Education in terms of creating that policy, and then the implementation phase will be that of the department. Executive Director Berry, you're on mute. You could add as well to the Senator's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Stephanie Berry, Virgin Islands Board of Education. I believe to offer some context to the discussion, what oftentimes happens is that the word or the term adopt rules is used synonymously with developing policies. And historically, through our comparison of jurisdictional authority between the Department of Education and the Board of Education, the line becomes blurred as to who's specifically responsible for what. And so in terms of the language as it relates to Section 130F and the term adopt rules, when you give the term adopt rules to the Department of Education, there is room for interpretation that they are to develop the policies associated with this legislation. What the board is asking is to make it unequivocally clear that the responsibility of development of any type of discipline policy that supports this legislation is under us as the Board of Education, and that the department would be responsible for implementing the procedures, the evaluations, the assessments, the reporting associated with supporting the board's policy and complying with the law as presented through this legislation. So I hope I'm offering a little bit more context, but historically, it's been a really challenging time for us at the Board of Education to really be able to say, we are the jurisdictional authority of record according to this particular law, and this is what we're going to do. So we're trying to, while the board definitely supports this legislation, we just want to make sure that it's clear that we set the policy in support of this legislation and that the department is responsible for the implementation of that policy. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Chair, and also the Senate body for allowing me the opportunity to offer this context to the discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Director Berry. And what I want to, and this also brings into a point where we look at the Department of Education as being the lead agency, right? This is where the actions that we're trying to remove, giving the authority to punish students. And what it is that you all would work in tandem. At the end of the day, the law is also, the code is clear as to the responsibility of the board in approving policies. For example, even as we speak now, when it comes to curricula, we have the Department of Education making strides and leading with curriculum, and it's for once that curriculum is vetted and analyzed and so on, they will become before you. So this is how this is no different. Whereas they promulgate the policy, you all would be in the position to approve it. And so I don't see that, but I think we can still, ahead of the session, work if there's changes that need to be had. At the end of the day, this is a very important measure because, as we know, we have to look at diversionary ways to discipline children. I put on my hat too. I've once taught crime prevention and juvenile justice. And so we have to work. And I've also want to put out that what we should be also working on in tandem with this are alternative ways of discipline, right, and alternative means. And I'm in the coming weeks, I will be offering legislation concerning the juvenile justice system because this all ties into that. So to that end, I'm still thinking the legislation is very clear in the context of the Department of Education, the lead agency where the action is taking place, to get together with all the experts and then work in tandem with the board for the final approval of the policy. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Point of inquiry, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Question to Chairman Callwood. Is it your understanding that the legislation we are considering today is going to be setting policy? Because it clearly says regulation.
It sets conflict. We're not saying that it set any policy. It sets conflict in terms of the roles between the department and the Board of Education. I think we're clear in terms of what we're saying there. Everybody seems to, on the panel, has a different interpretation of what the code says. But if, in fact, the code says the board is responsible for the policy making, then the bill should reflect the same. That's all we're saying.
Okay, so that's I just wanted for clarity in the record that it is understood that you understand the principle, the spirit of the bill, but it's because of the minutia of a conflict between the board's required statutory responsibility and what this bill proposes to do. Okay, thank you so much.
That's correct, Senator. We don't have a problem with the removal of corporate punishment. I think that's not even the issue. The issue is just to ensure that the roles and responsibility of the board and the department is clear in terms of the bill. That's how we're saying.
Okay, and you are indicating that on page 4, relative to the adoption and regulations to implement the section, right, that presents a conflict for you as the Board of Education based on your statutory responsibilities.
Right, and we're just trying to ensure that that remains intact, and the board will do whatever it needs to do in terms of the creating the policy and then for the implementation at the department.
Yes. Now, I want to, Mr. Chairman, just one more question. You mentioned something relative to an act, regarding, what is it? Some type of other restorative justice. Are you guys looking into that as well? That's it.
Yes, we're looking at that in terms of restorative practices in our disciplinary policy, in terms of coming up with different strategies, because every behavior across the spectrum of young people is totally different, and you can't handle every matter the same, depending on the situation. So that requires us to do a lot of research, which we have been doing, work with the National School Boards Association, RELNI, to provide us with information, in addition with the department, to ensure that once this policy is arranged with the restorative practices, it can be easily implemented in the Department of Education at the schools.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you placing that on the record. I just been doing some research for legislation on restorative justice as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph.
Thank you.
Senator Soro, you are recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Board Chair, who I love dearly, we have to disagree a little bit today in the spirit of love. Tell me currently, what's the board's policy on corporal punishment?
Right now we don't have it doesn't talk directly in our policy directly in terms of how you handle corporal punishment, but we have other ways and in the policy that helps to address with behavior. Dr. Berry, you want to add some historical context to that? You're on mute.
Hold on. In doing some research in drafting the legislation, the Board of Education's policy on corporal punishment is the exact verbatim of what the code says. That's the policy of a department. So in realizing that the policy is the code, we realized that we needed to change the code insofar as policy is concerned. So this bill does not seek, you can't hear, Mr. Butcher?
No, not hearing you. You were saying something and it went out and then you came back in.
Mr. Chair, can I reclaim my time? They weren't hearing me.
We will restore at least a minute of Senator Soro's time.
Can you hear me now before my time has...
Yes, go ahead. Thank you so much.
Okay, so when we looked at the Board of Education's policy on corporal punishment, your policy was what the code said. You were literally upholding the code. So we realized the problem was the code. So we amended the code to establish and clearly define what corporal punishment is. I think that we're overthinking something and creating a problem that does not exist. When we say in F, shall adopt regulations, you don't think we should require the Department of Education to put this in their teacher handbook, their student handbook? There should be signage across the schools. It should be discussed in district meetings with administrators. That's what we mean. We're not talking about policy for the department to set. And as a concern I have, we're not seeking to write the policy of the department. We're not asking the department to write policy. You already have that inherent right given to you in Title 17. What we are doing is clearing up the ambiguous language in the code, which gave education personnel the same authority to discipline as a parent. That's how we're doing. So I am a bit confused today on the confusion on F because I never used the word policy in writing this legislation. And truthfully speaking, if you can tell me, what are the last policies you've amended beside a grading policy for the pandemic?
Member Hendricks, Vice Chair Hendricks, you're on mute.
Good afternoon again, Winona Hendricks, Vice Chair. We recently amended the 9 to 12 graduation policy. We also created the curriculum development and implementation policy that Senator Whitaker alluded to. And we also created the distance learning policy. We are currently working on the revision of the student discipline policy, which will be guided by restorative justice practices.
You have about 14 policies here. And you know, I've been holding, way before the new executive director came on board, I've been holding the Board of Education's feet to the fire. Because to put on record, I have been greatly disappointed by the lack of movement in updating the policy, and I think that the board have missed the mark with the in-house fighting that was taking place. That policy component was missing. We had so many outdated policies. If the chairman remembers one hearing I sat and I started to highlight every single policy that you had that was updated in 2003, 2010, 2013, nothing was being done on the policy side. So if we have, like I vehemently stand by my position that if I have to wait for the Board of Education to craft a corporal punishment policy in accordance with the code, I'll be waiting till hell freezes over, respectfully, because that has been a history of the board. We're simply asking the department to do is to adopt regulations, make teachers aware of the legislation, make personnel aware of the legislation, let people know that you can no longer pick up 5 rulers and beat a child till the skin is swollen. That's all we're asking. We didn't send the Department of Education to write a 10-page policy. That's your role. I think Director Berry wanted to say something. I saw your hand raised. Talk to me.
Yeah,
Talk to me.
And I wanted to, I know, and Senator, I know that you have mentioned about these policies, but I want you to dispel the notion this 20th Virgin Islands Board of Education is working is working aggressively. And I'm sure Dr. Berry will tell you, and Member Hendrick will tell you, as chair of this board, I don't play when it comes to in terms of getting those policies done. So I harass Member Hendricks every day. Sometimes we have disagreements, but we want to ensure that that's moving forward. So I can assure you that these policies are moving forward and moving forward expeditiously.
Thank you.
Dr. Berry?
Thank you. I appreciate that, Chairman Carwood. Thank you for the reassurance. Director Berry, talk to me.
Go ahead, Dr.
Senator, I asked that you allow me to yield to Vice Chair Hendricks as the chair of the...
No, go ahead, Dr. Berry. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I thank you for being our most vehement, as you put it, advocate for policy development, and I remain committed, as the 20th board remains committed to doing so. Senator, we've already addressed 2, and we have 3 in the pipeline, and we look forward to each senator and members of the listening and viewing audience really playing an integral role in the feedback of these policies as we continue to develop it. We will definitely make sure that we incorporate legislation as it becomes available. We'll also be sharing recommendations for legislation, whether it be to revise, repeal, or to develop new legislation to support a more innovative and productive and really forward-thinking role. And I appreciate the fact that you have brought this corporal punishment piece to the forefront. It will be incorporated into the revisions that we're doing for the discipline policy. And we look forward to your continued constructive feedback, because that's what we need to really improve. So I just wanted to put on the record that we do appreciate your efforts and the efforts of the legislature, as well as the listening and viewing audience, to support our efforts. And I ask that each person who wants to see us succeed with regards to getting these very old policies revised, to take or to make a concerted effort to provide feedback, and not just to one that may be of special interest to you, but to all our revisions that come to the light and to public comment. And I thank you for that opportunity to put that on the record. If I may ask that Member Hendricks be allowed to speak as well.
Oh, thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, and also throughout the misnomer or misinformation that policies, rules, and regulations is not constantly working. The community members are working, as Senator Saru mentioned. There might have been times when there might have been delays because of personality clashes, et cetera. And yes, that is a challenge. However, as the committee chair and along with the members, we have tried through our new strategic plan to identify a process where every 3 years, based on when the policy was implemented, the policy will come up for revision or review. So I'm pleased to tell you that, Senator Saru. Also, in terms of the corporal punishment ban, the board definitely supports it. I don't think there needs to be any misunderstanding about that. But in the times that we're going through, besides corporal punishment, the committee is looking at other issues, the issue of mental health, the issue of isolation, emotional punishment, intellectual disregard. So when you see the insertion going into our discipline policy, it will also talk about emotional punishment, intellectual disregard, and also those things that we are definitely against in the schools: hitting, slapping, depriving students of rest, food, forcing liquids, very inhumane and cruel issues or processes for our students. As I said, the board is there to support positive education. The new discipline policy talks about schools setting a climate for positive education. And in a positive climate, you're not going to have adverse relationships with teachers, principals, other members. Also, I want to throw in terms of mental health, the issue of sexual abuse, sexual harassment. All of those things are being looked at, and we're going to try to make sure that we have an expansive insertion that includes the corporal punishment and all the other areas that I mentioned before. Thank you, Senator Saru, for your time.
And thank you to conclude, and I understand all of that, but sometimes we have to look at what the lessons that history has taught us, and I really appreciate Director Berry. She's a breath of fresh air in acknowledging the errors of the past. So I am going to keep an open heart and mind with the Board of Education. I just need to, I do get the heebie-jeebies when the board said they're going to do a policy, because Lord knows you've been waiting for a policy since I was in high school, and the policy is still the same. So hence why I just have to be a little, my comments really came from a place of love and not admonishment from a facetious or self-aggrandizement. It was just really that our students deserve the best, and they deserve good policies, and I look forward to the progress that the Board of Education will make. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Saru, and thank you to our testifier. Thank you, Vice Chair Hendricks, Dr. Berry, and Chairman Callwood. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted the questions for this round. Do I hear any last-minute requests? Point of inquiries, information. I did have one, a point of inquiry to the board, particularly when we look at alternatives. And I already heard from the chairman that, in fact, you all are working on some of these alternatives. Might I suggest, and one thing I wanted to address is when you look at the alternatives, what outside of, you said one of the boards you connected with, but are you also looking towards working with some of our local nonprofits in the process, because one of the ways of diversion, and again, when we do establish a juvenile justice holistic system here in the Virgin Islands, you will have various supporters. I'm a former teen court volunteer and on, and I worked in the Hillsborough County court system as a law student and as an undergrad in Tampa, Florida. And so there you have the board education entities working in tandem with the nonprofits for those diversionary programs. You have even meditation. We have methods of really holistic methods of dealing with holistic improvement. So I look forward to, I'll be reaching out to the board as the Education Committee Chairwoman to see how we can work together in the interim as we look at other means. So this time I will we'll just stop for, this time allow the chairman to offer closing remarks as we close out this block.
Thank you, Madam Chair. All committee members present, and of course the chair is back now. Chairman Potter, thank you for the opportunity for us to share our feedback, our review, our analyzing of the bill as presented by both you and Senator Saru. And we hope for much needed changes or amendment to ensure that we really clear what in terms of the roles up in the bill. However, we do thank you for putting that corporal punishment to taking it out, so ensure that that doesn't happen to any of our young people here in the territory in the public school system. Thank you. I really appreciate you guys.
Thank you very much, Chairman Caldwell. Thank you and your team for your presence here today and for all that you do. Colleagues, we've exhausted our rounds of questioning. Is there a motion? Okay, the Committee on Rules stands in recess for 2 minutes. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill 34-0097, an act repealing and reenacting Title 17 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 11, Section 130, relating to the authority to discipline pupils in school, and repealing Title 17 Virgin Islands Code Chapter 9, Subchapter 1, Section 87, relating to the punishment of pupils by school official, be approved by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Payne. Roll call on Bill number 34-0097.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph absent. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yay. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yay. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0097, an act repealing and reenacting Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 11, Section 130, relating to authority to discipline pupils in schools, and repealing Title 17, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 9, Subchapter L, Section 87, relating to punishment of pupils by school officials, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Board of Education. You are officially released from this session. Madam Clerk, can we move to Block 3, please? Can you read the agenda for Block 3?
Block 3, Bill number 34-0062, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to the filling of vacancies on boards and commission by adding subsection G to require membership on boards and commissions to be gender balanced. Sponsored by Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, invited testifier Abel Bakr, President, New Horizon Women's Democratic Club.
Thank you very much. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Whitaker, please proceed with your introduction.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm elated to offer Bill number 34-0062, an act amending Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to filling vacancies on boards and commissions by adding subsection G to require membership on boards and commissions to be gender balanced. I want to, by way of background and information, really speak to the purpose of this measure. I began this effort in promotion of gender equity across boards and commissions, and to really highlight some of our local efforts to raise this issue. Minimally, and this measure, really, as a practical matter, encourages our governor to, and future governors to, as practical as possible, to ensure that women are appointed to our respective boards and commissions. Through this process, I reached out to various stakeholders, the League of Women Voters, Dr. Ruth Molinar, to both leaders of both our main party, well, the two national parties, Democratic Party, Republican female leaders, and also I held a bill review session. Persons I reached out to, and I want to thank them. I want to thank Dr. Ruth Molinar, who provided great feedback, to National Committee woman, our former Congresswoman Donna M. Christensen, to Senator Lena Belandre O'Neill as the Republican National Committee woman, and today with us, the President Abel Bakr of the New Horizon Women's Democratic Club, and others who really gave critical feedback. One of the things that we highlighted during our bill review session was the compilation of the gender balance throughout our government. I did send to media, so I'll have them queue up at this time, an Excel sheet that my staff and I compiled. We have a number of boards. We do, in fact, have a great number of boards. We zoned in on about 22 of our main boards. And one of the things going through this process, we found the outcome of this effort was learning that out of the 22 of major boards, 19 of those 19 the chairmanships are of the 22 boards, 19 are male. And so, of course, there's no controlling effort. We have boards through this committee. We vet individuals, and then the leadership, the elections are held, and they select chairs. It's by and large male. We go through various boards where it's quite male heavy. We know, for example, I serve on the Virgin Islands Board of Career and Education. I want to thank the governor. I'm a female who was appointed, so that speaks to his leadership in terms of him in connection to this law, as an example. So there are boards where there's even more females than males. But I go to a few different examples of some of our boards. The EDA board, 6 males. No females, right? We have, we can go through some of those disparate. Sports Commission, 12 to 1. The CZM board, 10 males, 3 females. So, and other examples. And so with that, we know that we can't count on, while the current governor is showing efforts in how he's appointing women to our boards and commissions, even, of course, even commissionerships and so on. We can't know what the future will hold. I will also put out to the public why this is so important. Gender equity and balance on boards, and we see throughout the world, a lot of studies have been done. Countries where there's a lot of equity in terms of the leadership, whether legislatively and board-wise, they find that there's a lot of an area of social development, economic development, because you really do need perspectives from both genders. This is also gender neutral. I'm not here to get into the conversation about male, female from that particular perspective. I'm speaking more about it from the fact that we would want things to be balanced. So really, truly in closing, I want to continue to thank all those, both female and male, who support this measure. I also know that once we get in, this is just one of many measures to move forward. We have a lot of work to do when it comes to that. I've encouraged Governor Bryan, I've reached out to him in terms of a letter, for example, on the Commission on Status of Women, as I've even encouraged him to restore the Youth Commission. So these are all elements of our infrastructure. And we have to see to it that we see parity, equity. And there's equality and there's equity. There's a big difference between equality and equity. Because even when we talk about equity now, we have a challenge where most of our boards are largely male. And that's where we get into the equity discussion. So to all those boards and commissions out there, as we look at leadership, let's really encourage you to look within yourselves and do your best. What could also be, as an example, maybe you can have a co-chairships where it's male and female. At the international level, for which I'm connected to as well, the United Nations, they are firm within that. How they go about that, you have to have, and I've engaged a lot of people around the world. I've engaged, as we were actually at the conference in Tampa, we met international parliamentarians. One of my Kenyan sister explaining to me that this position that she holds has to be held by a female, and what has happened since that has happened. So with that said, I hope to get support of my colleagues and overall this journey of equity and rights for women and for us to be gender balanced. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. We have an invited speaker who will provide testimony today. Ms. Bakar, Abel Bakar.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay,
can
good
you hear
afternoon.
me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Welcome. And you may proceed with your testimony.
Awesome, thank you. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands, Chairman and Honorable Senator Milton A. Potter, esteemed members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, other honorable senators present, and all guests. My name is Abel Bakar. I'm the president of the New Horizons Women's Democratic Club, and I am elated to submit this statement for the record in support of the passage of the Gender Balance Bill number 340062, proposed and sponsored by Senator Genevieve Whitaker. Thank you for this time. The proposed action, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to filling vacancies on boards and commissions by adding subsection G to required memberships on boards and commissions be gender balanced. Bill number 340062 directs the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands to make good faith effort to ensure the genders are balanced when appointing members to boards and commissions to the extent feasible.
Thank you very much.
The proposed action New Horizons Women's Democratic Club has worked for over 20 years to advance women's equality, equity, and opportunities in public offices, as well as to remove barriers for all women who face socioeconomic hardships. The fight for gender justice in courts, public policy, and in our communities is an ongoing one, as the United States of America still struggles with creating a culture that is equal, balanced, and fair for all in general, and for women in particular. Women's issues are human issues. Women's issues are global issues and are central to the lives of most of the global community. These issues include childcare, early learning, education, health, reproductive rights, income security, workplace justice, and addressing sexual harassment or assault, to name a few. The concept of gender equality has been established within core guiding principles of the United Nations and unequivocally reflects a commitment to the equality of women in aspects of the human endeavor. More specifically, the Charter of the United Nations, Articles 8 and 101, stipulates that there shall be no restrictions on the eligibility of men and women to participate in every capacity and under conditions of equality in its principles and subsidiary organs. Furthermore, the Equality Act passed by the House on February 25th, 2021 prohibits discrimination based on sex, sexual orientation, and gender identity in areas including public accommodations, facilities, education, federal funding, employment, housing, credit, and the jury system. In testimony offered by the National Women's Law Center supporting the Equality Act, the Civil Rights Act of 1964, as well as the affirmed existing court rulings as confirmed by the United Supreme Court in the Bostock versus Clayton County decision, and the decisions that have followed it were used as references as to the reaffirmation of the need, even in 2021, to continue to work towards gender equality and fairness in our communities, to include workplaces. The Equality Act spells out explicit federal civil rights protections against discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender, while also updating our civil rights laws to provide important new protections against sex discrimination and race. Although getting attention in fora such as the United Nations, via its global and progressive policies, and Congress with the recent passing of the Equity Act 2021, many communities, including the Virgin Islands, have yet to sufficiently address its public policy regarding gender equity in the workplace. It is time the Virgin Islands move beyond simple conversations to a more concerted effort to make gender balance initiatives an integral part of a transformative culture and policy agenda. While the proposed gender balance bill only addresses gender equality on Virgin Islands boards and commissions, it is a step in the right direction in engaging in the protection of the human rights of all people. Virgin Islanders must ensure that we are upholding the laws that have been hard fought and that we are indeed fighting for equality and against gender discrimination here at home. The remarks in support of Bill number 34060062 herein are divided into the following areas. First, we detail why the Gender Balance Bill is a necessary step in ensuring needed balance, as well as empowering more women to serve on boards and commissions. Secondly, we outline the significant impact that the passing of the said bill would have on advancing women's rights and our community as a whole. One, the Gender Balance Bill is necessary, timely, and just. An apt portrait of the people. Elected representatives in a democracy should reflect its citizenry. In describing his view for Congress, John Adams said that it should be in a miniature and exact portrait of the people. Such an exact portrait must include women, who make up more than half the population and the voters in most elections. Descriptive representation, as it is often called, ensures that all members of a diverse society have a voice in government. Research suggests that female constituents respond well to women representatives, being more informed about, engaged with, and active. When informed, engaged, and active in politics or in leadership on a whole. What women want. Gender parity is important because women are uniquely prepared to advocate for women's interests and again, women's interests, women's issues being that of our society on a whole. I commend the act that was passed just in the past block, and that was one that came up and again have been discussed many times throughout our community, but without the fortitude, I believe, the leadership of the women in the legislature, that would not have been one to come to fruition, and we've seen that today. So many studies suggest that women legislators tend to be more supportive of public policies that especially affect women and families. A recent example that appears to bolster the findings come from January 2015, when a Republican Congresswoman broke with their party to block a bill that would have reduced access to abortion to an unprecedented degree. The end to politics as usual. Political affiliations aside, women tend to act differently in leadership positions. Numerous anecdotes and preliminary research suggest that women have been more effective leaders in recent years. Women seem to be better at finding common ground and making extensive use of cross-partisan women's caucuses. At a national level, women legislators sponsor and co-sponsor more of their colleagues' bills and more effective at advancing their own in the legislature, especially when they are members even of the minority party. The best and the brightest. Finally, we need more women in these positions because without them, we are simply missing out on many of the best and the brightest. The fact that women's representation in offices is so low is indicative of the larger problem. Women face structural barriers, men simply do not. Until we provide women and men equal opportunities to run, to win, to lead, we will miss out on immense talent, passion, experience, and energy. The impact of the gender bill. The U.S. Virgin Islands has over 100 boards and commissions. The senator presented a spreadsheet earlier that shows out of 20 of the major boards and commissions that they are very top heavy with men. Having balanced boards and commissions as well as other major leadership roles is more important now than ever. This bill is creating a great opportunity by impacting the landscape of our professional community, therefore impacting our community on a whole. This bill is relevant, and as research has shown, since 2015, the number of women in senior leadership in both business and public sector has grown, and diversity in leadership is good for community. Beyond business, female leaders from across generations are working together to find new solutions to the world's biggest problems. The tech sector and other sciences, blue and green sectors must attract more women to unlock the potential of the fourth industrial revolution and ensure our economies are developed from a balanced perspective. Our economies and communities develop from a balanced perspective. In closing, my testimony has referenced historically relevant laws, policies, and practices to emphasize this point. The very freedoms that we enjoy and even take for granted at times came about due to action. This is an opportunity to act, shaping our future and creating a history and legacy that we can be proud of, that we could all be proud of, a community in which our daughters, granddaughters, and great-granddaughters can feel valued and flourish. I thank you wholeheartedly for this time and can take any questions. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bakar, for your testimony. We have also one written testimony that was submitted to be read into the records. Madam Clerk, can you please read that testimony into the record also, please?
Letter from the Office of the Governor, United States Virgin Islands, David A. Bourne, Esquire, to the Honorable Senator Milton Potter, Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, 00802. Good day, Senators. I acknowledge receipt of an invitation to testify at a Rules Committee hearing on October 4, 2021, regarding Bill number 34-0062 to amend Title III, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to filling vacancies on boards and commissions, to add new subsection G to require membership on boards and commissions to be gender balanced. Unfortunately, I will not be able to testify on this bill, but I would like to make some commentary that can be read into the record at the hearing. The specific purpose enacting language of this bill provides as follows. The governor or other appointing authority shall make a good faith effort to ensure that the membership, except the ex officio membership of each appointive board or commission, is gender balanced and reflects to the gender diversity of the territory, the extent feasible, and to the extent that the appointees are qualified to serve on the boards and commission. If there are multiple appointing authorities for a board or commission, the appointing authorities shall consult in order to comply with this subsection. First, let me state that having been supervising the process of seeking and monitoring persons to fill positions or vacancies in various government boards and commissions, it is very difficult a task to find people who are qualified and willing to serve for the more than 150 boards and commissions that the government is tasked with filling. Even when a qualified person is found, the next obstacle is getting the person to be willing to provide the necessary information for the vetting by the Office of the Governor and the Rules Committee, and beyond that, to appear before the legislature for their confirmation hearing. Hence, when any person of any sex, color, cultural origin, or ethnicity is found to be qualified and is willing to go through the confirmation process and to serve, we press forward with that person. We have also sought to engage younger persons in being on boards and commission to contribute their perspectives as well. To go to another additional step of trying to engage in gender balancing for each board and commission will be nigh impossible. As citizens of the United States, we have always demonstrated that everyone in constitutionally and legally protected from discrimination based on political affiliation, race, sex, color, national origin, citizenship, religion, age, and/or disabilities. Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 specifically protects individuals from discrimination based on sex. Locally, Title 10 Virgin Islands Code, Section 64, establishes discriminatory practices, including those based on sex. Recognizing and selecting individuals for employment has always been based on their ability to display talent and or of the subject matter competence. Seeking out persons to be members of boards and commissions is akin to hiring persons into the government. To start selecting individuals to a board, employment, or other selection practices of the government of the Virgin Islands based on their sex or gender, which will certainly also prove to be controversial given new terminologies and perceptions, rather than the standard qualifications required to specifically get the job done, falls within the parameters of discrimination. It must be strongly stated that while some existing boards do more members of one sex, gender, or race over the others, this certainly does not indicate that these individuals were selected based on discriminatory acts. Governor Bryan has made every effort to see that each Virgin Islander enjoys equality of opportunities in all aspects of government service, to include the very essential voluntary services on the boards and commission. Gender balancing for selection to our boards and commission is not an advisable methodology. A collaborative campaign to encourage members of the community to come forward to volunteer for boards and commissions for which they may be qualified would be a much more productive endeavor, particularly illuminating the more friendly process of confirmation that this committee has been utilizing. Respectfully submitted, David A. Bourne, Esquire, Chief Legal Counsel to the Governor.
Madam Clerk, thank you very much. Colleagues, we will proceed with a 3-minute round, and beginning with you, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Senator Potter. A pleasant good afternoon to you and the listening audience and my colleagues and the testifier. I want to thank Ms. Abel Barker for coming today and reading from her prepared statement, and also the sponsor of this legislation. This legislation, based on my understanding, looks to achieve gender equality, have women to be present at the table in making decisions in our policy-making boards and commissions. I really want to commend the sponsor for thinking about that. It is a critical thing. I mentioned off the record to the bill sponsor of my engagement over the past 2 weeks with the Deputy Director of the Women's Bureau, which is under the Department of Labor. The Deputy Director is not a person who is foreign to the Virgin Islands. She is a person that is well known. She's the former First Lady of the Virgin Islands, Ms. Joan Harrigan Farrelly. And she just happens to be a Democrat as well. And so it speaks to what women can do when we put our minds, our hearts together, and our passion to be able to look at a level of equality on boards. We give a very new perspective. We give a different perspective in how things operate. And I would even submit we give a little bit of heart in what we do and compassion. So I really, again, want to applaud the bill sponsor for moving this legislation. I spoke to her offline, and I did get an email from former First Lady Joan Harrigan Farrelly indicating that she is more than willing to utilize the Women's Bureau in the Department of Labor to further move cause here in the Virgin Islands relative to women's equality, and focusing on women's issues in the Virgin Islands. So I really want to thank you so much for the time, Mr. Chairman, and I will reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Fred Gregory, you are recognized for your 3 minutes. Okay. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Let me thank the testifier, Ms. Abel Bakker, for her testimony, her extensive testimony. She's very passionate about this. I want to thank you for your testimony here on this particular measure. So I could really understand this measure that's being passed, and I think it's critical that we say that in this community, we have not experienced some of the issues that we're seeing at the national level. I think for quite some time, we have strong women leadership in this community. Certainly, we have always respected women in leadership position throughout the territory. We have them serving as CEOs. We have them serving as commissioners. We have them serving as directors. You know, all parts of government, we're seeing them, as well as the private sector. I took a quick scan of the governor's cabinet, for example. We have 11 females and 14 males. What are we asking for? That we have an even divide, or that it should be a little bit closer? I'm not sure what we're seeking in this measure. Maybe the bill sponsor or proponent could speak to, the specifics when we talk about, equality, or equity, that we could really hone down on that. In the Rules and Judiciary Committee, we have had the opportunity to vet close to 30 individuals. 15 in specific were 15 males, 13 females thus far in just this Rules Committee from January to now. So I don't see where we have in this territory the big issue of making sure that women have a seat at the table, and that they're evenly divided throughout governments and the various boards and commission. There's some obviously boards that you'll see more dominated by males, because for the contractors board, for example, and then you see more others where they're dominated by females, because a lot more females may be geared towards that particular board. So I don't know that we have a problem here in this territory. This is an easy bill for me to support, but I can't really say that we have a level of a problem when you speak about, equality or equity for women in this territory. I believe that they have a strong seat at the table, and certainly they're recognized. As a matter of fact, a lot of times, when we seeking individuals to serve on these boards, a lot of times the women raise their hand first. They're willing to go through the regiments that's involved in going through the board process, even more so than males. They don't have the time. They have all of this going on. There's all kind of issues that may plague or create barriers for them to serve on the board. But nonetheless, again, I'll continue to listen as we continue to vet this particular measure. I don't honestly sit here and see a problem with this here in this territory, and I understand what's going on nationwide, but nonetheless, again, this is an easy measure for me to support if it means putting it on paper and make sure that in all deliberation that there'll be some balance in the gender selections, as we continue to vet those that may be selected for these various positions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank the bill sponsor for bringing forth this measure.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Wow, time sure to fly. This piece of legislation is very ticklish for me, and I say it without any fear. And I do believe that woman is represented on all equal peer based on people that apply and qualify. Let's take the cosmetology board, for example. How many males are we going to find to put on that board? So if you can't find sufficient male for the cosmetology board, what do you do? Can anyone answer that question, Ms. Testifier? If we do not find sufficient male for the cosmetology board, what do we do? What would be the recommendation?
Senator Johnson, okay, me, Ms. Testifier. I don't think that is the issue at hand. And it's interesting that you are referencing the cosmetology board as you are making a reference to women in equity. And so I think the measure that's put forward is in relation to making sure that when we are looking for appointments, that we consider women on boards differently than the cosmetology board. So I don't necessarily have an answer to your question as to what do we do when not enough males sign up for the cosmetology board, but I also don't think that that's a question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that's where I'm getting to with this, because I must say that every time that the governor had sent on a nomination, I give him credit, and he sends a bunch of very credible, whether they're male or female, but he's been sending a lot of young millenniums down here. And I have never voted based on gender and will never vote based on gender. I vote based on qualification and the person background in experience. If you look at the construction board, chances are you're going to find a predominant amount of male on that board. And you might have a difficult time finding females. There's some female out there with construction license. There's no doubt about that. I have some friends that are female that are fully involved in the construction board. But it's hard. It's very difficult to put restraint and start doing numbers, and then you don't have candidates to fill. And this is my only problem with this. If you don't have that male, let's take nursing, for example. How many male nurses do we have in the territory? I pretty much could go in hospital and put them in my one hand and can't even come halfway. So then chances are the people who's going to be on that board is going to be predominant female. And it's okay. But for me to come here and say that I want to equalize the board then based on gender, it's hard. It's very difficult for me. And I'm a very straight person. I don't hide behind the corners. I don't fear to say what's inside my chest.
Time.
I say it clear without any fear. I think it's going to be very difficult when you put someone on the spot that say, well, you already have 9 male on this board. You got to make sure you got 9 female. But then when you look for the next females or to balance the board based on gender, you don't have sufficient female coming to represent. Then what do you do? Mr. Chair, I thank you very much, and we'll go forward.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. I see Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 3 minutes. And you're on mute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
All right, perfect. Boy. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the testifier. I took some time to look at the legislation. Of course, I'm not a member of this committee, but I think this matter is important enough for me to lend my voice to the legislation that's before us, requiring membership on boards and commissions, specifically around the concern that women are in many instances not given an opportunity. And I have to say that I myself have looked at a number of boards and commissions here in the Virgin Islands, and I see it. I look at the WICO board, I look at a number of boards, the EDA board, etc. However, I have a concern around this legislation because we know that the world has changed. And we know that there are individuals who do not identify as male or female. So we have to be mindful of that when we have these types of discussions. We have individuals who refer to themselves as them and they. So how do we address that in a legislation like this, as individuals who do not identify themselves as male or female? We know that there's the singular pronoun of she, he, hers. There is he, him, his. And I know that some of my colleagues, when we attended that meeting in Colorado the other day, if you looked on the presenters' screens, many of them had their names, and then they had they, them, they had his, hers. So they had he, she, her. So how do we do this? How do we do this in a time like this? So I'm asking the question of the testifier. I just see us running into an issue with that for individuals who do not identify as male or female.
Thank you for that question, and definitely that's relative, and I think relative and relevant. And I think my quickest answer would be the fact that this would start to lay the foundation to open up that broader conversation. Currently in the territory, we do simply have the issue of males and females on the boards. I have not necessarily heard as of yet that broader conversation, but in my mind, because we can see that it started here, the women's suffrage movements and so on and so forth started with women equality. And so in this particular bill, for me, why I felt it was important to support it is that it starts in an area where definitely, like you stated, we can see it. And then beyond that, I guess it would be up to you, the legislators, to consider even expanding this legislation as it relates to gender, or maybe the terminology may need to be changed at this time. Thank you.
I mean, I don't have any other questions around the legislation other than, that particular component that speaks to the singular pronoun on they, them, and individuals who do not identify themselves as male or female. I see that can create an issue for us down the road. We are in a different society. Our world has changed significantly, and we have to be mindful of those types of colonial type thought processes that we have, because they can create issues for us down the road. So I don't have anything else to add other than it is difficult for me to support the measure as it is presented because I see issues down the road. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fred Gregory. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one or two questions for the presenter. President Bakar, do you have data which speaks to the gender composition of the boards and commissions of the Virgin Islands government appointed by the governor? I think you're on mute. I think you may be on mute.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I have the data that Senator Whitaker's office presented about the boards, the composition of the boards and commissions is the data that I have.
Okay, and are you aware of any jurisdictions in the mainland, whether federal, state, or local, that have implemented gender balance laws? If so, which jurisdictions? If not, why do you believe that as a nation we haven't?
There are, I'd have to look that up relative to the term gender balance, because there are many different laws that have come out of different jurisdictions, including Congress, that speak to equity or equality, and gender, sexual orientation, and so forth are in those. So I can't speak to that on the national level, and I believe your question is to why that is or is not. If you could repeat the last question, the last part of the question.
Or the last section, if not, why do you believe that as a nation we haven't?
Okay, so yes, there is legislation out there in various jurisdictions and on the national level. And as I stated in my testimony in the United Nations, as a international organization that have instituted these. And so, yes, they are out there. So there's no, and they're out there because of the fact, or these proposals have been passed, these laws have been passed because of the need to create equality and or equity in the varying spaces that I think I spoke about in my testimony.
Okay, Doc, thank you very much for your time. Mr. Chair, that's all the time I need for this round. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator Veely, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. It is good to note, though, that this body, with 5 females and 10 males, have a female president and a female secretary. So I guess we practice gender balance in this institution. So that's a good thing. The issue that I have, honestly, though, is that I believe that board membership, I believe that members of commission should be selected based on qualifications and capacity. No matter what. No matter gender, no matter anything, we just need to make sure that we have the best individuals at the table. And if it's a 7-member board and the best 7 are females, I am fine with that. If the best 7 are males, I'm fine with that. If it's 3 and 4, I'm fine with that. But we have to make sure that these boards and commissions are filled with individuals based on capacity, based on qualification. A lot of the boards that have that make mismatch. I heard WICO being used as an example. Those boards really aren't gender-based or qualification-based. A lot of times those boards are politically based. And that's an issue. Because when you have that politically filled position and only a certain set want to feed at the trough, then you have issues. But I look at the board of nurse licensure, and you look at that profession as a whole, and throughout the world, perhaps only 10% of nurses are males. In the Virgin Islands, even less. And when you talk about maybe a 7% percentage of male nurses versus overall nurse in the Virgin Islands, and then you try to practice gender equality, so you're trying to make sure that there's 50% of them are male, it just throws it all off. We have a small pool of applicants, a very small pool. Additionally, we have a small pool of applicants who are willing to serve. So we have individuals that are qualified, but they are not willing to serve. We cannot make the process of naming individuals any harder for boards and commissions. Because I'll give it to Governor Albert Brand. he has really tried to fill boards in this term. And he has sent down quite a number of individuals to fill boards and commissions that have been vacant for years. And we got to continue with that momentum. We got to continue with that momentum without making the process harder. We have already heard individuals who are unwilling to serve on board and commission because of the financial disclosure, et cetera, that are asked of them before they come before this body. And it have eliminated individuals who were quite qualified to involve people who wanted, individuals who wanted to serve on the university board from the mainland, very wealthy individuals who did not want to share their financial information. And they serve on boards throughout the world. So if anything, we need to make it easier for us to attract individuals, but attract individuals based on capacity, based on qualification. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Veale. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to make sure I read the legislation out just to highlight exactly the purpose of the legislation. Title 3, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A is amended by adding subsection G to read as follows. The governor or other appointing authority shall make a good faith effort to ensure that the membership, except the ex officio membership of each appointed board or commission, is gender balanced and reflects gender diversity of the territory to the extent feasible and to the extent that appointees are qualified to serve on the boards and commissions. If there are multiple appointing authorities for a board or commission, the appointing authority shall consult in order to comply with this subsection. This bill directs the governor to make a good faith effort to make sure the genders are balanced when appointing members to boards and commissions to the extent feasible. And that's a key term, feasibility. And I want to highlight, before I move to our testifier, is that the world is moving towards actually quotas. We live in a nation that, when it comes to equal pay, 77 cents to the dollar, on and on. All my life, I've been, pushing on the, I've been joining women groups, national, international level. I've championed the right of women and serving the women of the Virgin Islands. So I think this is just one step forward in many. I'm not implementing a quota system in the country we live in. A quota system is challenged by many things. The rest of the world, though, over 10 countries have pushed, they're pushing their governments to ensure that we have gender diversity on boards, both public and private. California, a couple years ago, moving forward with mandating diversity, particularly on their the private boards of public companies that are publicly traded. So this measure, we don't know what governors will serve in the future, and we cannot assume that it will always be in the mind of a respective governor that the boards would be balanced. And again, as I reiterated, through the research, some basic research, of about 22 boards, 19 are chairmen. They're male. So we do, and while we're confronted, if we dive into our Virgin Islands history, we have commissionerships, and sometimes you'll have the assistant commissioner be female, and so on and so forth. And I do recognize the current leadership, the current efforts of balanced approaches, qualifications. We know this. We know this concept of qualification, but it's interesting we get into the discussion because, as we know, with race, we get into that, about qualifications and so on. So all I ask my colleagues and to encourage our governor, as it is right now, this measure, we see how it goes, is at the end of the day, we have to come to terms with our reality. We do have a lot of issues with women's issues in our society. They are clear. I am not getting into those issues at this particular measure, but as we go forward, we have to examine how we treat and encourage women, and certainly on our boards and commissions, because in many cases, our lives depend on it, because the decisions made on these boards really require that it be balanced, and what both genders can work together to accomplish. President Bakar, I wanted to reach out to you. You made in your testimony, you spoke about the United Nations. You spoke about some of the, what other entities have you consulted with or worked with as it pertains to even this very discussion on even women's leadership and participation in boards?
The National Democratic Women's Organization is one that comes to mind because it has been a large bit of the conversation on a political level. And as much as, you know, this is not simply a political conversation, but it, as the chairman, as Senator Ville has stated, a lot of times in these arenas, it becomes that. I was a United Nations kid, and so I did a lot of consulting with my mother, who has, through the years, she retired from the United Nations as a chief in the UN, and I remember the struggle in a sense that would be, and that's a really dynamic space, and the fact that it was always a conversation, and then not even just a conversation, but it was something that had to be enacted in policy, even though, yes, there are women in spaces, and even though, yes, there are males who, I think I liked the terminology, we allow women to be in these spaces, that when it is something that is not in writing, that can get very much blurred. So this is a conversation that, for me, that happens in almost all the discussions that are had when we talk about equity, when we talk about our community and what a healthy community looks like. A healthy community looks like a place where there is gender balance in the policy making, decision making, and leadership roles of that community.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Senator Whitaker, thank you very much. Point of
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You know, I think we're doing a wonderful job in this 34th legislature. We have 15 senators in here, and there's only one chief of staff male. 15. And every single one of us have a female chief of staff except the chair of this committee. So we're doing good inside here, and that's why I don't think we're gonna have to balance this here. So a few of us gonna have to get rid of our female chief of staff and balance this thing inside here. But on the serious note, 7 of us gonna have to make some move here, and then hopefully the one, you know. But on a serious note, this bill brings some. I mean, I understand, you know, the initiatives and the direction that the sponsor of the bill is going, but I think it's going to bring some very, very serious discussion that will come to the floor, and without any fear, if it is what it is, and it's out there. There are female and female that engage in marriage, and someone is the male and someone is the female. And when we now take that person and we gonna tell them what their gender is, we gonna have some problem. So, and vice versa too. There's male that are married, and one is considered the male and one is considered the female. Again, when we take that person and we bring them here and say, well, we needed a male, but he's married and he's considered a woman. And we said, we needed a male for this board here, so that's why we're selecting you. This thing is real. This thing is real. You know, so I thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Thank you very, very much. And I am the statistic about one male chief of staff was very telling. You know, in the 11 months that I've been here, I mean, I am the only senator that has a male chief of staff. That's a very interesting reality. But I'm a little torn with this bill, I must say. I mean, Senator Whitaker presents a a bill that I think I certainly understand and respect the intent of the legislation. Ms. Bakar made a very compelling and moving presentation regarding a justification for the bill. My concern is, for the last 11 months that I've been here, heading the Rules and Judiciary Committee, I understand and I recognize the challenges that we have finding qualified, competent person who are available and ready and willing to serve. And what the bill potentially does, and I had a conversation with Senator Whitaker a little while ago, what it potentially does is really make a bad situation perhaps even more challenging if we have to have that hoop where we assess the breakdown of male versus female on every board and commission in the U.S. Virgin Islands and make our decision as to who we appoint based on parity on that board. I think that we're biting off our nose potentially to spite our face by finding a gender-balanced person to complete the board versus the best qualified person who can really make a difference on that board and ultimately in the community that we serve. That is one concern that I have. That is why I am vacillating somewhat with this bill, with moving forward with this bill. I know that my supervisors, my bosses, are typically female here in the Virgin Islands. My first job that I had when I came back home, was at the Upward Bound program. Had a very dynamic leader by the name of Rosie Rohan, and she still serves in that post today. Very powerful, very dynamic person, a female. I then had a job at the Office of Collective Bargaining, and my supervisor, my boss, was Oren Roebuck. Very powerful, very positive, very strong leader. She served as a chief negotiator at the time. After Oren Roebuck, my next boss was Karen Andrews, another strong, powerful, dynamic person here in the Virgin Islands community. I had for a short time Joanne Barry, another strong, powerful female here in the Virgin Islands. I don't think we have the same issues here in the Virgin Islands with recognizing strong leadership, irrespective of gender. I haven't seen it thus far with the appointees of Governor Bryan. The bulk of the persons that we've confirmed have been females. So, I mean, I am not seeing the compelling argument to mandate that we put on the books that we're going to utilize our best effort to ensure that the boards that we are forming are comprised of a gender-balanced, makeup. I know we have a number of boards that are heavily female. We have a Board of Nurse Licensure, for example, all females. Now, I have a son who is in college to study nursing, so I know there is a place for males in the nursing world, in the nursing profession. But what do we do when we have to utilize that extra step to find a qualified male or female before we can move forward with a board? Are we not going to be potentially hindering and hampering our own operations? We're looking for perfection with a gender balance, but I mean, I just think that we're potentially putting ourselves in a very challenging situation. We don't have that luxury right now to say, every board and commission in the Virgin Islands, we're going to utilize our best effort to have 50-50 male versus female. I don't think it is very practical at this point in time. I am for women. I am for women making a contribution. They bring a different perspective to things. It's important for us to have women in leadership roles. And we do. In the United States Virgin Islands, I think we may be unique in that respect, that we have never been shy about putting strong, capable women in leadership positions. I see Ms. Bakar saying, but we don't have a governor who's been a female yet. But I will bet you that within the next decade, we will have a female in the position of governor and or lieutenant governor. So that's my 2 cents on this bill. We have exhausted a round of questioning. Senator Joseph, briefly, point of information. Oh, yeah, you did, sorry.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to be succinct because I don't want us to convolute this issue. The issue is, to the extent feasible, a good faith effort. That's all it talks about. Okay, and it's not just about female. It's about male too. I am huge on parity. I'm huge on trying to strike that balance, because when you shut out people and you don't give them that voice, you're not giving a good perspective on issues. So this legislation in itself, it doesn't necessarily talk about today. It talks about the future. So I don't want us to convolute it with all of these external other issues, but I do want us to stay focused that it's not just about female. It's about male as well. Okay? So thank you so much now, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Joseph. And I just want to, and thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I just want to highlight that, again, the purpose of the measure is about feasibility and just encouraging. Us as a body, we have to, when we're sent nominees, it's up to us to flesh those out. This wall wouldn't require the Rules Committee to get into any vetting requirements based on balance. It would put the onus on the governor of the Virgin Islands, whomever he or she is, as they go through the recruitment process, that they do their best to have gender balanced boards. And again, throughout the world, in the Virgin Islands, we could either follow the country we live in, whereby we're pretty low in the world with respecting women's rights and leadership, or the Virgin Islands could at this moment join the rest of the world in supporting a measure whereby we're asking our highest office, one of our highest office holders, to do their best to push for balance within the boards. And that's all I'm asking. We can be leaders or in this regard, or followers into a practice that we currently have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. I was just reflecting on some of our recent appointees, and we had two really brilliant young ladies who were appointed to the Board of Nurse Licensure, Dr. Celia Norris and Dr. Brittany Dawson. And I'm thinking that if the law was in place at the time, we may not have been able to hire these two young ladies, because the Nurse Licensure Board is 100% female. So we would have had to, at minimum, put this on pause and try to identify male candidates who may be available to serve. So that's just food for thought. Colleagues, we will take a very brief 2-minute recess. The Committee on Rules stands in recess for 2 minutes. Colleagues, the Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Motion, Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your motion.
I move that Bill number 34-0062, an act amending Title III, Virgin Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to the filling of vacancies on boards and commissions by adding subsection G to require membership on boards and commissions to be gender balanced. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Whitaker, seconded by Senator Joseph. Roll call on Bill number 34-0062.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Nay.
Senator Franklin D. Johnson nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Carla J. Joseph yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Senator Stephen D. Payne not voting. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter not voting. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker.
Yay.
Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, 3 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 2 not voting.
Change my vote to yes, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, 4 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, colleagues, Bill number 34-0062, an act amending Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, Section 65A, relating to filling vacancies on boards and commissions by adding subsection G to require members on boards and commissions to be gender balanced, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda for block number 4?
Thank you. Thanks.
Bill number 34-0081, an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, relating to barbering and cosmetology services to reflect the barbering and cosmetology services that are being currently offered and to rename the chapter and the board to reflect the changes. Sponsored by Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to Bill number 34-0081? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your introduction.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. That was a harsh one. All right. So Bill number 34-0081 is an act amending Title 27 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, relating to the barbering and cosmetology service to reflect barbering and cosmetology services that are being currently offered and to rename the chapter and reflect changes. This bill was created in full partnership and discussion with the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs and the Board of Barbers, Beauticians, and Manicurists, who advocated for critically needed updates to the statute. Some portions of the statute had not been updated since 1968, 50 years ago. In that time, the beauty industry has grown significantly. Unfortunately, the outdated statute has only limited the licensure board, which does not presently have the statutory authority to correctly license or regulate many professions that were not established when the bill was first enacted. The statute updates the title of the board and expands definition. It protects consumer health and safety. It configures the board to reflect the new change of practitioners permitted under the statute. It creates new standards for licensure, and it adds a fee schedule At this time, I will introduce, at the appropriate time, I'll be introducing an amendment that corrects the concerns that has been raised during our October 12 Committee on Government Operation. This amendment resolves some of the issues and technical language and replaces 15% with 5% as it pertains to the fee increases allowed, allowing the board to be able to set standards for apprenticeships and restrict apprenticeship to 1 year, and requires continuing education for the practitioners. Again, what we're trying to seek here is to remedy a situation where we have had individuals operating outside of the statutes, setting up shops all out into the community, certainly putting at risk the use of certain chemicals and injuries that have been sustained as a result of the unregulated use of these chemicals. Some of it have allowed for pedicure and manicure to be done, utilizing blades, and we know fungus and other infections that have been caused consequential to being unregulated. The licensing and consumer division will be strongly enforcing this particular measure, again, as it pertains to public safety, public health concerns that have been raised as a result of the unenforcement that have been allowed to go on for quite some time. I'm asking for the committee's support in moving this measure forward on the behalf of the LCA and the board of and the board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good afternoon again. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just happened to be a part of this committee when this discussion came up, when this bill was being heard, and these changes are definitely necessary, and I don't need no lot of time. It's a no-brainer. And at the appropriate time, I definitely will be voting in the affirmative. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Fred Gregory? She's in there. Okay. Senator Payne, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Is it Payne, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually don't need the time as I am a staunch supporter of this measure. I've also encouraged well over at least 100 young persons to get into this career, because this is a very lucrative career for young people to get into. So kudos to the bill sponsor for making the changes and showing his leadership, progress moving forward. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and we're voting in affirmative at the appropriate time.
Thank you very much, Senator Payne. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I too support this measure, and what I truly appreciate about the efforts of the bill sponsor is really, updating the code and diving into all areas of this field. One of the things that we know that is really important, and as a proponent of really a push away from chemicals and natural approaches, I look forward to my biggest thing is going to be the regulation and enforcement, and of course our vocational infrastructure, our career education infrastructure, because as we know, as we speak right now, we have in terms of from the education perspective, broken infrastructure, the schools themselves in desperate need of repair. That as we push with this measure in connection to workforce development and the like, that we do our best to support this industry. And so I do look forward to, as this measure hopefully does pass, whereby we do get into a lot more support for what's going on in the schools. And even I would just highlight, a lot of times I see competitions, and in a way of balance, I would love to see from an education perspective where we have different competitions with the barbering and the cosmetology efforts, and that with that, because I've viewed a number of small competitions, and there's a lean towards one hair type over the other, definitely. And so as we promote just people's choice, of course, but encourage that whatever is used is safe. There are a lot of products out there that are very unsafe for you. I mean, that goes into even makeup. For some time too, in all my advocacy days, I also got into the importance of what's put on your skin and all that. And so I definitely support this effort. And we have to then also, of course, go into different stores where products are being sold.
Time.
And so, again, I support this measure, and I look forward to voting the affirmative at the appropriate time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend the proponent of this measure. I do recall vividly that this measure came through my committee initially, and it was a fight because they had, it was not assigned initially to my committee, which has the appropriate jurisdiction, the Committee on Government Operation and Consumer Protection. But we did have a very robust discussion with DLCA, as well as the vice chair of the board. And they were highly pleased and were very supportive of this measure. I know it's been a long time in coming. In fact, I recall when I was a staff member here a number of years ago that a similar legislation was being drafted. So I'm happy to see that the sponsor has been very diligent and staying focused and moving this piece of legislation forward. I believe it was here before, and this may be one of the first time it's being aired in this legislative body. So I am in support of the measure, especially if we're looking at updating what we have already on our books relative to cosmetologists, estheticians, nail technicians, and natural hair stylists. And I really want to, again, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time, and I will reserve the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, I thank all of my colleagues for their comments on Bill 34-0081. I was invited after the hearing to a beauty salon to really just see what's going on within the salons. And I'll tell you that there's a tremendous amount of work, preparation, and other costly costs associated with running a hair salon. And obviously, those individuals were a little bit perplexed by the fact that individuals were allowed to be able to do home salons without having to be subjected to all of the rules and regulations as per others' businesses, as well as the barbers. And I strongly encourage home business, but I want them to make sure that they're following procedures and making sure that, in fact, the LCA is able to record those individuals that's conducting these home businesses so that they could be able to go out and review the chemicals that's being used, making sure that the cleanliness of these facilities, the type of blade that's being utilized. And by the way, CDC have even mentioned during this pandemic situation some of the type of blades that could be used or not be used because of, again, the pandemic situation and being able to spread of the infectious disease. So I want to commend those individual businesses that continue to do the right thing and stood up their businesses and is conforming with the rules and regs. And I want to strongly encourage those that's not to make sure that they become in compliance. So at the appropriate time, again, I'll be offering an amendment to just kind of clean up some of the language in the initial bill. It's a very comprehensive bill, as simple as we may take it. It's 13 pages, and of course that there's some amendments that's being offered. I want to thank the board for their work, as well as DLCA in the preparation of the legislation to move it forward. I'm just the the bill sponsor that's doing it on their behalf, but I certainly appreciate the work that they have put into this. All right? Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and thank you, colleagues, in advance for your support on this measure.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. I noticed my colleague, Senator Francis Heiliger, who is there on St. Thomas. Senator Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 2 minutes. Are you hearing me, Senator Francis Heiliger?
Thank you so much, colleagues, testifiers, people of the territory. I just wanted to jump on quickly to say I am in support of this piece of legislation. I did get an opportunity to read through the various pages as well as the amendment that has been offered. I know several other individuals will be putting forward amendments to include myself. I have been, hopefully we could get it out of legal counsel. One of my major concerns that I wanted to include for amendment purposes had to do with continuing education. This is something that I had asked about during the testimony earlier, and I wanted to include someplace in this piece of legislation where even on an annual basis, whether you have 6 hours of continuing education. When it comes to taking care of healthcare, whether it's natural, you're dealing with a chemical process, things change so rapidly. And I think as cosmetologists, barbers, or whatever the case is, they have an opportunity to keep up. We did some research, and literally practically many states have some number in their statute for continuing education, because you're dealing in some cases with chemicals and a variety of things. And they would like to make sure that, I personally would like to see in this bill that even if it's 6 hours, I tried to create a medium. Some states had 5, some had 8 on an annual basis out of 365 days. So we're putting in an amendment. Hopefully we will get it in time for 6 hours of continuing education. And I would hopefully get the support of that. But thanks again to the sponsor for bringing this forward. And we think it's a very poignant piece of legislation and timely. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. I'm definitely raising support of this initiative also. I think it reflects badly needed some statutory updates to the code. A DLCA was available, as well as the Board of Licensure. They were all available, and they all wholeheartedly supported the bill. It brings structure and regulation to the industry. And just from a health and safety standpoint, having updated regulations in place makes sense. When I was in college, I actually did a little barbering on the side. And as a parent also, I did some barbering my young sons. And of course, they banned me from barbering them when they hit 12. But this is definitely a badly needed piece of legislation, and it will do wonders to improve the industry. Colleagues, we've exhausted a round of testimony in this bill. And is there, do I hear an amendment? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment bill number 34-374, and the amendment is to bill number 34-0081, and it's being offered on behalf of yours truly, Novel E. Francis Jr., the bill sponsor. Bill number 34-0081 is amended in section 1 as follows. A, page 5, subsection C is amended as follows. Line 1, lines 5 and 7 are amended by inserting barbers before beauticians. 2, line 8 is amended by striking cosmetologists, estheticians, nail technicians, and a natural hairstylist, and inserting barbering and cosmetology. And 3, by adding a paragraph 4 that reads, 4, in subsection E, by striking $50 and inserting $75. B, page 5, line 16 is amended by striking and 9 and inserting 9 and 10, and on line 19 by striking and on line 20 by striking the period and by inserting and a comma, and after chapter and by inserting paragraph 10 that reads, 10, establishing continuing education requirements for persons and profession regulated under this chapter. C, page 6, subsection F is amended by renumbering the remaining paragraphs of subsection F accordingly, and by inserting a new paragraph 2 that reads as follows. Number 2, paragraph 2 is amended by striking the semicolon and inserting "and in a citizen of the United States or residing legally in the United States" after character. And D, page 6, line 19 is amended after paragraph 4 by inserting certified or accredited after from A, and E, page 6, line 21 is amended by inserting hours after 1500. And F, page 7, line 9 is amended by inserting certified or accredited after from A. G, subsection I is amended as follows. 1, page 8, line 3 by striking 15 and inserting 16, and 2, and at the end of paragraph 3 by striking the period and inserting and by adding 4 and 5 that reads as follows. Number 4, paragraph 3 is amended by inserting "and must be a citizen of the United States or of legal entry after Virgin Islands," and 5 by inserting a paragraph 4 that reads as follows. 4 by designating the existing language or as amended as subsection A, and by adding a subsection B that reads, B, the board shall ensure the quality of training for apprentices by adopting and enforcing uniform minimum standards for all professions regulated under this chapter. H, line 9, line 16, page 9, line 16 is amended by striking a subsection E that reads, and inserting subsections E and F that read, and by inserting subsection F after line 22 that reads, F, an apprenticeship permit shall be for 1 year and is renewable for 1 additional year. I, page 12, line 23 is amended by striking 15% and inserting 5%. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Johnson and Payne. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Do I have a motion? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill 34-0081, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, relating to the barbering and cosmetology services to reflect the barbering and cosmetology services that are being currently offered, and to rename the chapter and the board to reflect the changes as amended, be approved by the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and sent forth to the full body for further consideration. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senators Johnson, Payne, and Joseph. Roll call on bill number 34-0081 as amended.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yea. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 34-0081, an act amending Title 27, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 17, relating to barbering and cosmetology services to reflect the barbering and cosmetology services that are being currently offered, and to rename the chapter and the board to reflect the changes, has been favorably considered by the Committee on Rules and Judiciary and will be forwarded to the full body for further consideration as amended. Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands in recess for 2 minutes. Committee on Rules and Judiciary is back on the record. Do I hear a motion? Oh, no, before that, sorry. We're going to ask Madam Chair, can you please read Block 4? Madam Clerk, sorry. Can you please read the final block into the record?
Block 5, Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes, sponsored by Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Motion, Senator Joseph, you're recognized for your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes, be held in committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Joseph, seconded by Senators Whitaker, Johnson, and Payne. Roll call on the motion.
Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr. Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr., yea. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Franklin D. Johnson, yea. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Carla J. Joseph, yes. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr. Yes. Senator Stephen D. Payne Sr., yea. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Milton E. Potter, yea. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Yes. Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker, yea. Mr. Chairman, 6 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 34-0072, an act amending Title 23 Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 5, providing for the declaration of firearm components upon their entry into the Virgin Islands and other related purposes, will be held in committee until the call of the chair. Point of personal privilege, you're recognized, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to take this time out to say thank you to all who have took part in the Meadry Commons Park thus far. There have been a slew of different agencies, different committees, different groups just coming out down to the park and just volunteering their time doing the renovation of that park, and that project is going full speed. And I'm just reaching out for all who are within the voice and you're down the Big Island, come on down this afternoon. They have 3 different shifts. The first shift starts from 8 to 12. The second shift goes from 12 to 4. And the third shift goes from 4 to 8. Meals are served for each of the shifts. They feed breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I had a wonderful weekend working out there with my colleague from St. John. We were putting down some posts this weekend out there, and a couple of the other senators took part going down there and doing their part. So, and by the way, the governor gave instructions to any agency that wants to take their staff down there for 4 hours. They will be compensating them 4 hours of leave to go and do that work. So please come out, take part, and let's make this park be completion a success. It's beautiful in its design and the way it's going, and just asking everyone to continue their hard effort and their work and getting this project going. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Awesome initiative, Senator Johnson. Thank you very much. Senator Whitaker, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to really thank my colleagues today for the support of Bill number 34-0062. Of course, an act related to promote gender balanced boards, and I just want to just tribute to the support for women and men and working together. And so with that, I also want to, as my colleague, who's Spirit Speaker, spoke to, really encourage, of course, the support of the Children's First project. One I was from the inception to see where it is now. So I was one of the senators who really was out there from the very beginning and really to support. So yes, come out, volunteer. They have a Facebook page. You can reach out, and to a continued effort to support recreation in our territory. So today was, again, a win. I feel a win for women of the Virgin Islands and the potential of our leadership to support gender balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Whitaker. Senator Francis, point of personal privilege. You're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, again, explain the reason why we're a little bit late this morning. We had the opportunity for a ribbon cutting ceremony over at the Department of Health, where they had cut the ribbon on a new mobile van that will be supporting our behavioral health area. We know of the problems that we're experiencing in terms of substance abuse, mental health, and behavioral health in our community. And certainly there's 3 vans that was recently purchased for the purpose of the entire territory, 1 for St. Croix, 1 for St. Thomas, and 1 for St. John. We had the ribbon cutting for St. Croix today, and I know that Department of Health will probably be doing a release shortly, but I think it's important that the community understands that, in fact, we continue to take the issue of behavioral health very seriously, and rather than just working towards the infrastructure, we wanted to make sure that there is a mobile van that will be available to take the fight to the community, get them out into the community, and be able to have that support. A lot of our behavioral health will not be coming to the clinical services that may be available to them, but now we're able to take it out into our community and be able to, the simple thing like administer medication, remind them to the necessary treatment that they may have. They'll be able to do a one-on-one service with their service providers, as well as telehealth that'll be available to them. So I want to commend the Department of Health to really move on this, and a lot of times it takes time to get things moving, but nonetheless, I believe that we're in a right direction. And in fact, I know that we'll be seeing the mobile substation getting out to our communities and really assisting those individuals out in our community. Those are our people. They're the ones that, the veterans that suffer from PTSD. They're school nurses, teachers. They're individuals that may have, gone over to the dark side for one reason or the other. And now at least we'll be able to shed some light by bringing services to them. So I want to commend all those that continue to do their part in this fight to provide some service to our behavioral health, but as a community, I believe that it's important that we work collectively as a government to improve the quality of life for those individuals, which will mean that also will be able to benefit the community and family members as well. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time, and my kudos to the Department of Health.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Excellent initiative, badly needed in this community. Finally, I would really be remiss if I did not mention and highlight the winners of my Plant a Seed initiative that we had running all this summer. We had 250 young people who participated in the program from the St. Thomas and St. John district, where they were all given a package of seeds, soil, pots, and some instructions, as well as the technical support from the UVI Extension Service. This is really an awesome opportunity to literally plant a seed, and for us to plant a seed in the minds of our young people that we can do a whole lot more than we think we can when it comes to agriculture in the United States Virgin Islands. Our winners in 3 categories were: first place, Kimora Wilton. She won over $175 in cash and prizes. Second place, that's the 5 to 10, age 5 to 10 category. Second place, Gisela Schnell. She won over $140 in cash and prizes. Third place, Nathaniel Jennings won over $115 in cash and prizes. And honorable mention, we had Colton McKay, who won $55, as well as honorable mention, Willens Jennings, who won over $55 in cash and prizes. Winners in our age 11 to 13 category, first place, Randa Walsh, won over $225 in cash and prizes. Second place, Nafia Yarborough, won over $175 in cash and prizes. Third place, Aliyah Paul, won over $150 in cash and prizes. Honorable mention, Aaron Etienne won over $55 in cash and prizes. Honorable mention, Ariana Francis won over $55 in cash and prizes. Final category, age 11 to 17. A first place winner was Kai Gerard, who won $275 in cash and prizes. And second place winner was Ariel Paul, who won over $225 in cash and prizes. All contestants received a plant a seed package, are entitled to receive a certificate of participation and a coupon for Armstrong ice cream. Please call Senator Potter's office at 774-0880 to arrange for your pickup. Thank you very much for all of the participants in this very incredible agricultural initiative. Colleagues, thank you very much for your presence here today. We covered some very important bills and initiatives today. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary is officially adjourned. Before I do that, I want to thank the central staff, employees, again, for all that they do, all of the heavy lifting behind the scenes. I appreciate you guys 110%. And my staff, of course, senior researcher Dwayne Colwood, my entire staff for all that you do in support of the people of the Virgin Islands. Committee on Rules and Judiciary stands adjourned.